Testing, testing. Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's council meeting. I would like to start with a land acknowledgement.
The lands we know today as the Township of Centre Wellington have been home to Indigenous people since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we are on the treaty lands and traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington, the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee could not continue with traditional lifestyle and settled in their villages along the Credit River and in the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. We are grateful to have the opportunity to share and respect Mother Earth and are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations.
Okay, thank you for that. Addendums and corrections to the agenda. So we have on that item, we have some additional delegations. Jeffrey Weil, John Kearns, and Renata Carter. They would like to speak to item 11.6, the tourism washrooms. The reason for I'm asking this of council, and I'm just looking more for head nods, is the request came after our usual cutoff time, which is 11, but we don't typically deny folks for moving forward on that. So I just wanted to know if council was okay with that, if they would come and speak on the back end of the delegations. If you're good with that, then we'll say yes. Okay, thank you. We are going to go into closed session, so just to let you know from the audience that participating and the folks that are watching at home, and we're going to go into closed session. It's probably about 25 minutes to a half an hour closed session downstairs. So that means if you set your clock and you can go and grab a quick coffee, we'll be out for a little bit and then we'll be back in and we'll be getting at the meeting again. So closed session for us is downstairs, but you're unfortunately not allowed to join. But we will start things probably in about 25 minutes or so. So just to let you know if you're in the audience waiting for us. So we'll move into closed session right now. So
mover in a second.
Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson. All those in favor? So moved. So we're going to go into closed session and we'll be back in about 25 minutes. Coming out of open or back into open session, we have nothing to report from closed. Now we're going to do presentations and announcements, and starting with myself, and bring up to date for some county information. This is coming from particularly solid waste. Last meeting at solid waste, we talked. We were sort of getting into a program where we're dealing with a diversion strategy in terms of how we deal with our solid waste, and it's basically a program by which we start to allocate, break down sort of the garbage into certain areas, and it's a program not only that's coming to the county, but it's a program being utilized throughout the province, and the rationale is garbage in our traditional sites. So we have to figure out how do we, in a circular economy, how do we sort of break down those inputs and then be able to recycle them as opposed to throwing them into landfill and then they're lost forever. And so part of the diversion strategy includes things like singling out shingles, drywall, mattresses, carpets, leaf and yard waste. And we'll continue sort of that program, but then we're getting into things like small appliances, electrical tools, batteries, fluorescent bulbs, tubes, and clothing and furniture. So having this type of more of a program to where we sort of isolate the garbage will help preserve our landfills to a longer, and really for things that are more suited towards landfills, but then recycling this recycling items is good for the environment, and it's just a better approach. So our these sites within the Centre Wellington and the county, this is a program that the county is behind, and you're going to see more information about this, about these types of things. One of the other things that we talked about, it was also a minimal waste fee at our sites. A lot of sites, again, outside the county have minimal waste, whether it be about $10. Right now, as people are aware, you put your garbage at the side of your house, and you buy a bag, and the county comes and picks that up. We have people now, we're taking yellow bags to the transfer station and not paying for that. But that, again, the reason why we have vehicles coming to your home is to be able to discourage you from delivering those yellow bags to the site. So just from efficiency. So we're just trying to modernize sort of the approach to these transfer stations, and we feel that some of these things are very good things, and you're going to be hearing a lot more about that. So just wanted to bring council up to that in terms of that. The other thing that I did the other day was met at the JEC, a bus of newcomers. Program, the county has a program I've been doing for maybe a year or so, where the newcomers coming to Wellington County do a tour of various communities and sort of get a sense of what the community is about, and are looking for places to live and call home. This particular group right now are in the Guelph area, and so I think the majority have been here less than a year, and so this was a tour, and I provided greetings on behalf of myself and council and staff, and had a lovely chat with the folks. So I think it's a very good program, and I know for myself, when Deb and I moved to this community 31 years ago, we were welcome to this community, and so that always played in the back of my mind in terms of why we've stayed as long as we have, just because it always it really gave me the impression that it was a welcoming community. So that was a thing that we did on the weekend. So that's my report from county. I open it for any questions, or we can move into councillors' committee updates. So, okay, seeing no questions, councillors, maybe you can provide me some, provide the committee some updates. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just a short update from the Fergus BIA. They've had successful festivals all summer with the Medieval Festival, the Fibre Festival, and the Steampunk Cogs and Clockwork Festival. So I think they had some lessons learned and then also things they want to do better for next year. And then Twilight at Templin was also very successful this year with a greater participation all summer long. So that's turning into a really popular event. So lots of activity downtown Fergus. And I think they're just still continuing to work with the CAO and staff on parking strategy and parking updates for downtown Fergus in the new year. So all is well in Fergus.
Thank you, Councillor Welton. Anyone else would like to speak in terms of committees? Okay. Seeing none. So now we'll move down to delegations. I understand that our first delegation, 9.1, Daniel Segal's here from Segal Construction, and I'd like to welcome Daniel. Hello, Daniel.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for hearing me today. My name is Daniel Segal. I'm a Tarion builder who specializes in laneway houses and garden suites. I'm here today to encourage council to adopt a resolution to consider municipally developed housing. I'm not necessarily talking about affordable housing done through municipal housing corporations. I'm specifically referring to something like an attainable housing development or a seniors housing development at market rates. So in my materials, I have a cover letter and a draft resolution that addresses the issue. Broad strokes, I think that we could all agree that there's a housing issue in Ontario. The private sector isn't doing great on housing with prices going down. I'm not convinced that even permits that have been approved to date will actually be built given changes in interest rates. I'm of the opinion that municipalities in Ontario are best suited to raise debt to build attainable housing and seniors housing developments. And I would like to encourage the municipality to consider a municipal debt offering to construct the needed housing. This resolution just opens the door to having a conversation. I'm not necessarily trying to sell one product or another. I'm just looking to have a productive conversation on what the numbers look like, what the needs are like, and whether or not there's a need for municipally built housing. As a Tarion builder, I do offer the option to build the housing and then sell the housing after it's built. So I know a lot of other municipalities have an issue with an aging population, but there isn't something they could downsize to. And so perhaps with the help of the municipality, we build a small development of, say, 2-bedroom, 1-bath units, so that people who are in larger houses have access to smaller houses they could downsize to. Or there's also the idea of doing a dementia village. So there's a lot of different proposals that I'd like to talk to you guys about. And the first step would be saying, yeah, maybe there is a problem. And yeah, maybe the not-for-profit housing corporations nearby aren't going to address the need. And so maybe we should look at raising debt. And I would say that now's never been a better time for the municipality to take on such a project. Their cost of debt is about 4.5%. That's without any government incentives. And there's the CMHC Housing Accelerator. There's the Ontario Building Homes Faster Fund. FCM's got a bunch of grants and bonds. There's lots of different options to choose from, but I really can't talk to you about these as a for-profit builder without the committee agreeing that maybe we could open the door to having a conversation. Would it be helpful to go through the draft resolution, or perhaps that's for another day?
Yeah, I think that would be for another day. I think what we'd like to do, I'm going to ask council, and by the way, Daniel, do you have anything more to present, or is that you're the crux of what you wanted to say?
Yeah, I mean, that's about it. I'm just looking to float the idea that perhaps municipal housing development might be a solution to one of the issues that your community is facing. and I wanted to bring that across through my delegation.
Okay. I'm going to look to council right now, Daniel, to just for any clarification if you have. Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thanks for coming, Daniel. This is interesting. We have supported Habitat for Humanity. Is this similar to that? Because I know our social housing in that part is done at Wellington County level. So I'm just sort of, if you could clarify.
Certainly. So I don't think that there's one solution to the housing crisis. I think that Habitat for Humanity does a great job. There's certainly affordable housing projects done on the upper tier municipality. What I'm talking about are specific issues. So, for example, I had a conversation with Cochrane about 2 weeks ago. They're facing an issue where they have the largest gold mine and they're going to have the largest nickel mine, and they only have 5 houses available, and they're going to need 500. So there are acute housing needs in different communities. It's all about addressing what the need is. And so what I bring to the table is the ability to almost parachute housing into a community. So I do primarily prefabricated buildings that come in on a flatbed and are put into place on helical piles with a crane. And so we could drop 15 houses in a period of 6 months, whereas that would normally take several years. And so what I'm hoping to address is maybe the acute housing needs. I don't know what projects are on the go in your municipality, but I'd like to at least have a conversation to see where the needs are and where I could add value. I understand that municipalities have no interest in dipping into operating and capital budgets to support housing. What I'm proposing is addressing an issue, getting the financing outside the guise of operating and capital budgets to build the housing that's needed, and then exit those positions in a short amount of time. There's no need to hold on to municipally built housing for 75 years, but that seems to be the way government likes to do things. So I'm really just presenting options. Whether or not this is any different than Habitat for Humanity, I think it is, insofar as these are specific needs. I don't know that Habitat for Humanity does seniors housing. I don't know that Habitat for Humanity offers carry-on warranties. And I also don't know that Habitat for Humanity does projects as big as what I'm proposing.
Okay. Any other, Councillor Adams?
Thank you. Thanks for delegating today. I just had a question. I noticed in your resolution, you kind of go back from attainable and affordable housing terms. So I know you start out speaking about attainable housing, but in the actual motion where you're asking us to pass, you're talking about affordable housing. So are you using the same definitions as the province in terms of affordable housing? Because I'm not even sure if the province itself has defined attainable housing yet. So I'm just curious what your definitions are of either.
Yeah. So I don't think the province has defined attainable housing, but I look at attainable housing as the housing you move into after you move out of your parents' house. So that's my definition. It might be different by the province, but in my mind, what this resolution is hoping to do doesn't necessarily need to fall into affordable, attainable seniors, transitional housing. It's saying, let's talk about housing that you need and then look at developing it. I'm not tied to one particular thing. However, I do know that municipalities funding affordable housing are generally negative NPV projects. And let's just say it's not great for the operating budget or cash flow without heavy government subsidies or grants. And therefore, I would really only encourage the municipality to look at projects that have positive cash flows, despite your relatively low cost of debt.
Okay. Any other clarification comments or a comment? Okay, I'll let you do that. Councillor Jefferson, did you have? No? Okay. So yes, go ahead, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Watterson. Thank you, Daniel, for the presentation. It's all very interesting food for thought. I'm just wondering if we could maybe refer it to staff for some further investigation and just to try and look into this a little bit further to see if there's some next steps or further conversations we could have.
Yes, if there's no other clarifications, that's what I was going to suggest as well, is that and I know there's a motion attached. I think we should refer this back to staff for them to take a look at it and investigate it a little bit more, given the fact that we're learning about this today as well. So I think it would help our understanding and also provide opportunity for staff to investigate this and provide us a more maybe a more fulsome report. So. If you're good with that, I think that's where our heads are at. So do I need a motion for that? Yeah. So who would like to, okay, and what would the motion be?
Well, I would refer the subject matter of the delegation to staff for a report and just simply leave it at that.
You're good with that, Councillor Wilton? Do we have a seconder? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
This year's budget season. Oh, sorry. May we add after this year's budget is completed?
Are you okay with that?
To the 2024? What's this year's?
Well, we're into it now, but
yeah.
Budget's till December.
Yeah. We'll just get this spread out and then we'll. Could you read the motion?
Well, I don't have all the ins and outs, but I indicate that the council refer the subject matter of the delegation to staff for review and investigation and report back to council after this year's budget season.
You're good with that? Okay. Do I have a seconder on that? Councillor McDonald, seconder. Comments, questions from council on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. So Daniel, that's where we're at right now. We thank you for your presentations. We'll send that back to staff, and then staff will come back with a report. But you definitely thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you so much for having me. All the best.
Okay. Bye now.
Bye.
Okay, so moving along, we're going to go to item 9.2, introduction of artists, Michael Madden. And I see Barb. Welcome, Barb.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for having me here today, Mayor and Council. And the Elora Fergus Arts Council is delighted to present Michael Madden to you today. And he will come and speak just for a few minutes here. I hope you've been enjoying the work in the room. It's quite remarkable. And his technique, he will explain to you, but it is an amazing feat to accomplish what he accomplishes. So I just am delighted to invite him to come now and present to you. Michael, there you are. Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about my artwork with you. I grew up in Godridge on majestic Lake Huron, and I live between Elora and Fergus on the beautiful Grand River. My father was an itinerant ironworker who never left the farm. Whenever this Irishman said we were going for a drive, my sibling and I shuddered and sought cover, because this meant hours of driving through the countryside, visiting farms, most often uninvited, and farm auctions alike, going 40 kilometers an hour, and my dad rolling his cigarettes with his wrists through the steering wheel. And yet these drives in rural southwestern Ontario left an indelible mark upon me. And truth be told, I find myself looking to go for such a drive in the countryside regularly. Both of these lived experiences continue to inform my artistic practice. And so my work looks to celebrate the rural simplicity and beauty that surrounds us, In fact, Murray Silos is a beef farm in Murray, Brunskill, right across from where I live. So it's this rural simplicity. It's a celebration of that, this beauty that surrounds us. The work is also a meditation on environments that continue to be irreparably changed by human interference. These interrupted landscapes are juxtaposed with untamable cloudscapes that look to initiate an intentional pause to contemplate the role our choices and inertia play in the midst of our relentless environmental disruption. I have relied upon a pencil these last 30 plus years as a set designer and art director in the feature film business. And so there's a certain consistency, colored pencil directly upon wood panel. The wood grain is visible and integral. The medium, the pencil crayon, remains on the surface of the harder wood fibers and allows light to occupy the in-between space. My work is an invitation to continue to appreciate, to value, and to protect the beautiful countryside that we take for granted. I'm also here as a member of the Elora Fergus Studio Tour, and I'm going to make a plug about that. It's the last weekend in September, so the 28th and 29th, and the 5th and 6th of October that weekend. There are 35 artists on the tour, and this Thursday from 7 to 9 at the Elora Centre for the Arts, we're having an opening gala. And 35% of artwork that's sold at the event, the studio tour artists, will go to support the Elora Centre for the Arts. We have live music. We're going to have catered appetizers. We've had great response from sponsors. And we have a door prize, $500. And if you buy art that night, your name, to incentivize things, your name will go in for a draw for a $150 gift card at a restaurant in Cambridge. So I'm inviting all council members, everyone present here, to come and check out the Elora Fergus Studio Tour artists at our opening gala this Thursday, 7 to 9 p.m. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Michael. And I was looking at your pieces earlier, and they are truly beautiful. Yeah, thank you. So we're going to move down to 9.3, and we're going to invite MacLean Hann to come up and speak on behalf of the. Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Normally, you let us have a comment or two for the artists, so I just wanted to thank you, Michael. You know my mom's your #1 fan, so that your work is beautiful. So I really appreciate having it in the chamber. Thanks very much.
My apologies. Okay, MacLean, welcome back again. We'll have you speak on behalf of the Elora BIA.
Good afternoon, councillors and township staff, and everybody in the gallery as well. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm here to talk about garbage. We had the same conversation a year ago, and it remains to be one of the great challenges of our small downtown. We've been discussing garbage on the BA level virtually at every meeting for over a year because we just don't know what to do with everything that we're faced with. We brought that conversation to you last year, and subsequently that went to township staff, and then township staff have been working hand in hand with us to find a solution that best serves the catchment at large. So that is kind of the preamble. And I'm just going to share a few notes here that I wrote in advance of this meeting. What is the problem with garbage and recycling in Elora? And mostly that has to do with space. As our downtown continues to thrive, we're going to have even more garbage and recycling on a regular basis, and we just have nowhere for it to go. Only a few businesses in the core have the real estate space to have a dumpster. And by the nature of that waste solution, most of those dumpsters remain unsightly at all times. and it's just the way that it is, and we have a small town. And then virtually everybody else has little to no outdoor space. And so therefore their garbage is stored in basements if they have one, or back rooms if they have one. They are going to the transfer station in Elora and in Bellwood, or they're bringing their garbage home with them to their other communities to rest in their garage. And ultimately, that is not a great long-term solution, especially for the food businesses that exist on East and West Mill Street, because as you can imagine, they create large quantities of garbage, and there's just nowhere for that food to go. One of our solutions, of course, is weekly pickups, which the BIA spends $12,000 of our small budget a year to ensure that we have a weekly pickup. But I would argue that that is not sufficient for the quantity of garbage that we create. And the contractor that takes care of that task isn't always doing their job. Just last week, the garbages in downtown Elora were not picked up until 3:30 in the afternoon. I know that it was 3:30 in the afternoon because that's when I called Kristen Bettiol to say, I thought today was Monday and people had put the garbages out a little early, and then it clocked that it was Tuesday afternoon and they weren't picked up. And it was just at that moment that Waste Management came around and did it. So excellent, it was picked up, but a 6-hour time delay leaves garbages on the street all afternoon. 3 weeks ago, the recycling mountain that lives in front of Graham Wilkins' jewelry store was not picked up because it was placed 3 feet east of the specific location where I guess Waste Management required it to be placed. So it just didn't get picked up. And then that took a number of hours for a solution. Graham called Kristen called Township. Township wasn't available. We had to find a truck. Ultimately, the result is that we don't have enough of a solution for garbage. So one of the solutions that was brought forward to us is the Mullock, which is the sunken, large capacity, almost refrigerated type because of its depth. So I am here just to simply say that the BIA supports a Mullock pilot project, and we hope that we can find a solution that solves all of our garbage woes, even though I suspect that's probably going to take another decade. But optimistically speaking, it would be nice to get the ball rolling in some way or some fashion. And I do appreciate that some of the next delegations who are friends of mine and we're going to encounter, it's going to be in somebody's yard. It just is. And I know, and I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to discount it, but I don't know what the solution is. I just know that we need one. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to attempt to answer them.
For clarification? Okay. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you for coming, MacLean. I know the Malik system is something that staff have been working on, I think, for quite a while, and it is much needed. I think today I'm looking for places it could go, not just in one place, but could we do a few? And the township owns some buildings that maybe could be an opportunity. So I'm going to ask those questions in a bit, but thank you for coming and shedding light on this, because garbage in downtown Elora has been an issue. Staff have worked exhaustingly on this issue, and I certainly don't like to hear that Waste Management is not picking up the garbage till 3:30 on a Tuesday afternoon. I think that's their normal pickup day, and that is at county level. So maybe we can have those conversations with county, but thank you.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, through you. Thank you, MacLean, for coming. I was just wanting, because I sit on the Elora BIA as council liaison with you, I have talked about garbage and have expressed how much garbage there is in Elora, but I don't think the impact of the number of bags produced by each business actually kind of comes out, because we say mountain and, oh yeah, mountain, but we actually mean a mountain of garbage and recycle. But with your business that you do with your restaurant, approximately how many bags do you produce, like on a busy summer weekend?
On a busy summer weekend, we do not more than 4 large capacity bags. But we're pretty careful with what goes in the trash and what gets recycled. We also have the good fortune of having access. We share the expense with the Legion. So we have a bin. We also have recycling. We pay for an additional bin, so we have a cardboard place. But yeah, we do 4 big bags. But in all the discussions that we've had, that is seemingly quite low. And yes, if anyone hasn't seen the garbage mountain pictures, it really is like quite disturbing. So yeah, we do about 4.
Councillor Walton.
Just curious, aside from recycling, what other efforts has the BIA done in terms of reducing the amount of garbage, like the green waste pickups and oil recycling and any of those other types of kind of trying to get the numbers down instead of just looking for solutions for where to put the mountains?
I would say that the BIA hasn't taken on that project. I think it was trying to find a solution to the mountain, not necessarily making the mountain smaller. I know from the function of, like, let's just use a restaurant as an example, a function of the restaurant, the idea of separating organic matter out of the other garbage, especially if you use plastics in your regular service, would be I just don't think it would occur. We tried it. I tried it at the Evelyn for the first couple of months. We separated out all the organics and we brought it to Geary's farm, but logistically it just became a nightmare and we gave up. And we don't use any plastic in our service. And by practice, I mean like plastic ramekins or cutlery or baskets where food is touching it, because then you're basically, so it's not something that the BIA has taken on. We have discussed it. And we have, about 6 months ago at one of the meetings, we discussed the idea of like the circular economy and trying to figure something out, but it hasn't gone much further than that.
Councillor Adams?
Yeah, that was also my question. I know the city of Guelph, like with their restaurants, there was like a big uptake in the circular economy and transferring the food waste out to help like our agricultural friends as well. And I was curious if there was any restaurants participating in Elora in that pilot.
There is. The Creperie is the only one that I know that started it, but the challenge there is still the frequency of the pickup of the organic matter and not having a place for it to live except in the back room of your space. So, I mean, if we had a yard and everybody had a little bit of space, then I think it would probably have a much greater uptake. But because of the geography of downtown Elora, there's just nowhere.
Any other comments or clarification issue? Okay. Thank you, MacLean, for your presentation. And we'll obviously be looking at this a little bit more just in our meeting today. So thank you. We're going to move down to 9.4 and Randy Vaine. Randy, or I see you back there. You're welcome to come forward and provide your input on the termite management update. And welcome, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. First of all, I just want to say something real quick. I just listening to what you said in your report about the county, and one thing I can say about that is put in more reuse centers. I've mentioned this to a bunch of people, and people keep saying they can't do it. If you go to Bellwood, you'll see that there's a reuse center up there, and the stuff that goes in there is incredible. I put a lot of stuff in there, and I've taken a lot of stuff out of there, and that could divert a lot. You know, I watch people throw stuff in the garbage, and it just makes me sad. I think one of the people said we have 20 years left or 25 years left in our dumps. So anyways, and I wish I'd known about the BIA conversation. I would have comments on that too. anyways, that's not why I'm here today. For those of you that don't know, my name is Randy Vaine, and I'm here to talk about the issue with the termites. Now, people have asked me why I'm concerned about the termites issue. This doesn't affect me. I don't live, well, sorry, let me rephrase that. I don't live in the blue or red termite control areas. So from that aspect, yeah, I'm not too concerned yet, but what I am concerned about is that the termites will spread over a period of time. If we leave them alone, they will eventually get down to my area too. I have to admit that until recently, I had really little knowledge about termites other than nobody wants them. So I spoke with my local exterminator and asked how he would address the issues. He's very aware of it. He doesn't personally do them because it's very labor intensive, he said, but he has been trained on it. And I went to the city of Guelph, and I'm sure people here are aware of this, but I read a thing called the 2023 Termite Control Program Status Report. And sorry, I'm going to get a little bit boring here. There's a quote in there that says, subterranean termites are non-native invasive insects that can cause serious structural damage to homes and can be difficult and expensive to control. Termites are wood-destroying insects that live in large colonies numbering several million. They forage through the soil and expand the colony's territory as they encounter new wood items to feed on. Termites tend to spread rather slowly, depending on the availability of surface deadwood, at an estimated rate of about 50 feet per year. I've also been a big believer, if you have a problem, then we should be looking at successful stories, such as Guelph. I found that on the story of Guelph, they've actually eradicated or believe they have anyways, 100% of their termites. And from what I understand from the report that I read online for the township here, is that the exterminators that you were talking to are suggesting that we only do 60%. Please feel free to correct me at any point if I've gotten this wrong. Guelph took an aggressive approach starting in 2007 to 2023. And they basically, after 2023, they've decided they don't need to do any more monitoring on a regular basis, that type of thing, because, as I say, they believe they've got 100% eradication. The township has a bylaw that is specifically lists termite, bylaw number 2018-33. And I would like to see the town use that bylaw and maybe I would suggest that the town speak to the Guelph. I've tried to reach out to them. I didn't have enough time to get a hold of somebody. But to look at their termite program, I think if we don't do something soon and we don't start making some real headway, we're going to have some real problems down the road. And 60% is just not acceptable, in my opinion. We've got to be aiming for 100%. In Guelph's case, it took them 16 years to do this. They involved inspections, monitoring properties with traps, reducing termite habitat through yardwood management, area-wide colony-level suppressive treatments, and limited use of chemical treatments. Again, in my opinion, I feel that the township, along with residents, needs to work on educating people on how to avoid termites, such as, and I'm taking this from some of the stuff that my exterminator said to me, removing stumps from the ground and not leaving them there to rot. Some people apparently, according to this exterminator, have got big stumps on their front lawn and they're using them for decoration purposes or whatever, but it attracts termites. Not keeping wood or firewood on the ground, putting wooden sheds and structures on concrete pads. And one thing too that, and again, I may have missed this, but I think the township needs to acknowledge and address any public areas in the termite control zone to ensure that these areas are also treated, because I understand the town wants to be at arm's length, and a lot of people support that. I do not want to see the town liable for this issue. It's not yours. It's like if your house floods, it's your responsibility. But at the same time, if you have public areas next to a development and they aren't treated, then it's just going to be useless for the other people. One of the questions I have is there a council have a plan to ensure that residents are using one common type of control, termite control? I was told that if you use different types, for example, spraying and baiting, they kind of work against each other sometimes, and it just takes longer to get rid of them. One other thing too is the residents are going to need to be informed that this is their issue to deal with. And I think a lot of people that I've talked to and read stuff from, they were under the impression over the past 5 years that the town was working on a grand solution of some sort. A lot of people are misinformed. So I'm just telling you that because that's what people have said to me. Again, as far as the arm's length thing, we really do need to work together. The township's got to start enforcing some of these bylaws and work with people to get it done. I believe the proposal itself that's been put forward, from what I read, is not comprehensive enough to deal with the termite problem. Since it's been going on for 5 years, we need to start right away. And that's it. Thank you.
Any clarification comments for, yes, Councillor McDonald?
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you for coming. Do you know in Guelph, I know they've hired 2 termite technicians, like full-time employees. Do you know if their bylaw makes people eradicate termites, that they have permission to go on private property? Because I think that's where it will be difficult for us.
I tried to get a hold of somebody over there, the manager of the department that's responsible for it, never got back to me yet. I'm hoping they will. And I kind of thought the same thing myself. It's pretty hard, you're short of getting a warrant to be able to go into people's homes. But it did sound like they enforced, like if you read their report, they do sound like they do enforce the bylaw. They have a specific termite control bylaw. And it sounds like they do enforce it and say, like, if you are, you know, if you have termites, you're monitored and all kinds of stuff like that. So I can't give you an answer to that yet. I will find the answer eventually. And because that was a big one in my mind too. Because if people don't want you in there, it's like one person wrote down that they, and the 5th one said, don't want to do it. What are you going to do? And again, that's why I come back to the public lands as well, because if you can't have termites in public lands and not treat them as well. Thanks for the question.
Okay. Thank you, Randy. Appreciate your delegation today. And we have something coming a little bit further in our meeting on that. So we'll move down to item 9.5. Maria Greco O'Neill is... Hello, Maria.
I'm speaking about the same issue Randy is speaking on. I'm a very passionate person. We're going to preface this. So good afternoon. I'm Maria Greco O'Neill, a resident of Elora and the founder of the Elora Fergus Termite Action Group on Facebook. First of all, great job on initiating, hopefully, the subsidy plan to help with termite control. This is a good start to reducing financial barriers that termite management is costing our residents. It seems like the township views it as a singular solution, though. Evidence from other areas do show that ongoing regular maintenance is essential for effective termite eradication. We understand that regular home maintenance cannot be the council's responsibility, but they should aid in removing physical and financial barriers to encourage proactive and educated termite management. Although this initial financial incentive is helpful, it might not be sufficient long-term for everyone, especially for families stretched financially in the current economy. Those who have already installed this Entracon system have paid roughly $2,000 with an annual renewal cost of around $450, totaling $3,800 over 5 years before taxes that must be paid up front. This significant expense highlights the need for comprehensive support from the township. We expect more from the township. We expect their support, their compassion, their empathy, and we expect them to do more. Multiple wards have complained about the termite issue, and yet the bare minimum is done, if that. Why is it that my husband and I are able to call Orkin and Aetna, organize for them to come to residents, get free home inspections and quotes for everyone with preferred pricing, all within a week? Why are we more effective than our own township? As an admin of the Facebook group, I've received multiple messages about termites from our community. They are absolutely flabbergasted that our township is not doing more. I've received messages from people looking to buy in our community and asking me for my experience in dealing with termites on my property, asking me why the township is not doing more, to contain the situation and to come up with a full eradication plan. You need to understand the optics that this has on our current and prospective community members. It appears that you don't care about our concerns, our worries, our literal nightmares that the termites are destroying our homes. Something we have all worked so hard for and invested so much of our hard-earned money in. You fail to move a solution forward, or so it seems. You fail to provide the leadership that we, the community, need. Other municipalities have been able to figure this out. Why is it that we can't? The subsidization plan is a great start, but it's not enough. There's more the township can do to include all residents, irrespective of budget constraints. I implore the township to consider additional ways to help our community with termite management and eradication. We need to incentivize the community and eliminate barriers to do so. Some successful measures from other municipalities include township-led disposal efforts by infested material disposal, soil remover with proper disposal processes. There's also regulatory efforts, designated termite management zones with continuous tracking and monitoring to determine improvements in those zones, pre-treatment, preferred materials for new constructions and renovations. And I do know we have some of that already, but it is not enough. Restrictions on wood and soil movement in and out of those zones, treating public spaces in management zones. There's also the regular residence yard management. So maybe preferred rates for stump removal is something we could do. Mandatory dead tree, stump, and dead limb removal. Mandatory borate rod installation in wooden fences and deck posts. This is all publicly available on other townships' websites. It seems that only our township wants to sweep termites under the rug and not address the root cause. I can honestly say whatever trust that we, the community, had in you is gone. You need to work on rebuilding that trust. We need to know that we can rely on you when we come to you with problems, especially when they span multiple wards. I'd like to start by proposing the following. Free standard open air burn permit class A for those that are in the identified red and blue zones from the termite report that was published in 2021 by the township. This is usually a cost of $27 per calendar year per residence. This is to support the timely disposal of dead infected wood on residential properties. This is a low cost initial step with minimal complexity that the township can help us with. A collective, aggressive effort is necessary to reduce and ultimately eradicate termites. This requires a multi-pronged approach involving both the residents and the township. I'm also calling on the township to firstly move forward with the subsidization plan as an initial step, approve this open air burn permit proposal that I am proposing here, and then direct staff to propose multiple options for a full termite management and eradication program within the next 3 months. This will allow council to vote on it and make the best decision for our community based on our voices that you are hearing. And again, this spans multiple wards. We need more transparency, communication, and most importantly, timely action. Termite management and eradication is a community issue, whether we'd like to admit it or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Any comments or yes, go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
To you, Mayor Waters, thank you so much. You clearly have done your research. The open burn permit, that's something new I haven't heard of yet. So that's kind of exciting. I like that. Yeah, you've got some great information there that I will take moving forward on how I make my decision. And thank you.
Anything else from council? Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to go, I guess it would be 9.6. We've added this to our agenda. So are these 3 different or just?
I would ask them.
Okay. So I have here on my list here, Jeffrey Wild, John Cairns, and Renata Carter. Are you presenting as a group or how are you doing this? Okay. So let's start with Jeffrey. Okay. Then we'll start with John. Yes. Yes. Yep.
Hi, everybody. My name's Renata. Most of you know me already. I own 14 East Mill Street, which is the big white Carger building. But firstly, I want to say that within our community, the word is that we have the most amazing council that we've ever had. And I want to say thank you for that. You guys are amazing. Firstly, I think it's obvious that we have a tremendous amount of growth within our community, which is very good for commerce. But how does it fare with our living community? Is it growing too quickly? Are we at the risk of moving so fast that we create oversight? I'm asking you as council to look broadly, act wisely, and not hastily, which is what brings us here today. John and I just arrived back from our nice little holiday at the Pecuniary, only to discover that this planned Moloch garbage site is planned to be located 15 feet from our property. It is not 15 feet at the back of our property. It is 15 feet directly beside our property. The most beautiful part of our building is also going to be covered by the washrooms, which we're learning to live with. But to put the mullet site right behind the washrooms is not a wise idea. We just spent 2 years going through construction and spending millions of dollars trying to make East Mill Street a better place and the gateway to Elora. Why on earth would they think, or I don't know whose proposed plan it was, to put these mullet dumpsters right beside our building? And we're actually very upset about it. We've lost a night's sleep already, so now we need another vacation. But I'm going to let John speak to this because he's more of a factual guy. I'm obviously more of an artsy, feely kind of girl, and I would get too emotional because I got very upset when we heard about this. So I just asked you to act slowly. Our town is growing so fast, and it's easy to say somebody's paying for washrooms. Let's do this. Let's do it. But at what cost? Like, how, we can't act so quickly without thinking. And John's going to speak to the rest of it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, everyone. My name is John Kears, Kears with a K. The first thing I'd like to sort of address here is what is the public consultation process? Because honestly, as Renata pointed out, we were on vacation, and we normally would take the vacation this week. Good thing we didn't, because I'm pretty sure this would have been gavelled through without our input. Nobody has actually contacted us. Nobody has knocked on our door. We're literally 15 feet away from where these mullocks are going to be installed. Okay, what does that mean, 15 feet? Well, between me and Mayor Waters, it's 15 feet. Now, everybody in this room must have that much space in their living room, in their home. Can you imagine 15 feet and you're going to be subjected to smell, noise, and spillage? And I know, I watched the videos. I didn't even know what a mullock was, or a mullock, or whatever it is, whatever it's called. I didn't know until I looked at it over the weekend, because I was alerted to this news article, of all things. So I think that we need to, when something like this comes up, it shouldn't be something that I see in the newspaper first. We should actually have proper consultation from the township to the impacted residents. Nobody has actually even come to us in regards to the washrooms, not a single soul. And we're right next door, 15 feet away. Now that's 15 feet. So I measured it out. This is 15 feet from here to here. That's 15 feet. That's where they're gonna go. This is where we eat our dinner. That's 15 feet from where we would reside and where the store is. But it's also 8 feet onto our property. So I beg the question, how are you going to lift these mullocks? And I looked at the video. Now this is the best analogy as I can come up with. It's like, the cake, they put sugar on, icing sugar on cakes. Well, it's the same concept. It's big, goes in the ground, and wonderful. And what they do is they have a crane, they pick it up, they pull it over to the truck, and they pull a rope. And out comes the garbage into the truck, and everybody's happy. And the rope goes back on, goes back into the dumpster. How many times do you think that's actually going to work? And how many times do you think it's actually going to spill all over our laneway, right beside where you're proposing this? When I looked up on the EPA, or the environmental site, for landfills, I couldn't find anything with respect to
mullocks. When you put mullock in, you don't get anything. But I did note that there is a thing called a buffer zone. And when you have a landfill, it's 100 meters minimum. Meters. We're talking 15 feet, right? We invested a ton of money into the ugliest building in Elora. Without a shadow of a doubt, that thing was a derelict. And now that streetscape is starting to come to life. The last time I presented in front of council was, I think it was pre-COVID, but yes, it was. No, it was in COVID because it was always online, the whole thing. And in that presentation, we managed to sort of, turn what would have just been a sewer replacement project on East Mill into a redesigned, whole beautiful streetscape. It's not finished yet. It's going to be beautiful when it's done. Honestly, it's going to be just stellar. Had we known that Township was considering putting mullocks right beside our home, 15 feet from where we eat, where we sleep, we would never have invested into East Mill. We would never have campaigned for the greater good of that street and for Elora. And we're proud because I remember watching, by the way, I watched the YouTube videos quite a lot. I love the council, and I concur with what Renata said about council. You guys are awesome. And it's exciting to watch the development that goes on and how you guys manage through this, right? Without a shadow of a doubt, you're doing a fantastic job. But here we have redesigned the street, and we have at least, 15,000 cars on average every day that go whizzing by that street. That's a fact. That's a fact because when they did the bridge study, it was 18,000, and that was in 2012. So we know that there's a lot of traffic, and that was the whole pitch behind East Mill, was to actually turn it into a gateway, to have it reflect the community, not to turn it into a garbage dump. And I'm going to say dump from now on, because that's what it is. It literally will be a dump. And as I say, it's 15 feet, but if you take our property line, it's not 15 feet, it's 7 feet. 7 feet to our property line, we're going to have this set of dumpsters. Listen, we've fought many battles. We have. Renata especially. I will give her more credit than I'll take. But on community initiatives such as Save Our Water and the gravel pits and the height restrictions on buildings. Do you remember 2 or 3 council meetings, or maybe a bit longer because I haven't seen the YouTube videos, but Risa got up and she started to explain about, the building that they were proposing at the end of Getty's, and it looked ugly. And she turned to the architect who was sitting here and said, it's ugly. In no time, they came up with a solution, and they were inspired by our building, by what we did, which is a good thing, right? I concur also with the termite, with Maria. Maria used to work for me, ironically, a long time ago. So anyway, we fight hard, and we'll fight really, really hard to stop and prevent you from approving these mullocks in front of our place. And I'll just ask this question. What other locations have we considered besides the one 15 feet beside our property? Did we consider any other locations besides that? I don't know who can answer that question. Is anybody here that can answer that question? Nope. That's what I thought. So for all of a sudden, it was just because somebody's paying for this, the township's getting benefit, that 15 feet from our property is acceptable? No, it's not. We will work very, very hard to delay and delay and delay this project unless you take that proposed idea out of the plan. And it's going to ask you all, raise your hands. Raise your hands if you would accept having 6, 8 mullocks full of stew, cooking in the sun, smelling every day beside your home. How many would accept that? I didn't think so. Nobody. So you can just imagine that how upset we were to learn through the media that this plan, and we didn't even know this meeting was happening today. We came here because we were informed through a neighbor. So all I can say is this, right? No, yes, the mullocks are a good idea, or mullock, or however you pronounce it, but not 15 feet from somebody's residence. That's ridiculous. Anything else? Any other questions?
Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Yes, I wasn't aware of the mullocks until I saw it on the agenda. So I know it's a need, but the township does have other properties. So I'm going to ask those questions when we discuss it later, if that's helpful for you. And I really appreciate you coming and bringing it to light, because we might have skipped the consultation process. So that's kind of good to know.
One other thing I forgot, to MacLean's presentation, he mentioned about a delay on pickup. We have it. It happens. You know, garbage truck breaks down, we can't pick it up. That happens often. What's going to happen here when we're filled with stew that's cooking in the sun and they can't pick it up? What happens then? Do you think that somebody who's throwing out the garbage at 4 a.m. in the morning, because that's what time the restaurants do this. I don't know if you know this, but we know it because we live downtown. At 4 in the morning, they're opening up the bin and they're just going to dump it in, right? And close the bin and go away, whether it's full or not. You just can't do this in front of a residence. That's just not going to happen. That's basically all I have to say. Any questions?
No, that doesn't appear to be, John. Thank you for your presentation. Now we'll ask Jeffrey Wild to, is Jeffrey there? Yes, hi. Welcome.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Apologies if I can't hear me very well. We were vending at the fair this weekend and a lot of smoke from a lot of burgers we've flipped this weekend. So if you can't hear me or don't understand anything, please just ask me to repeat it. For those of you who don't know, my name is Jeffrey Wild. I own 61 Metcalfe Street, which is a building adjoining to the proposed site of one of these Moloch locations. But I also own the Wild Tart and the Badley, which was voted our town's most favorite restaurants, number 1 and 2 by the Fergus Elora Today's Readers Poll, which by coincidence is how I got to find out about this proposed location. So if it wasn't for the fact that we were scouring over this constantly over the weekend, I would have not known that this was a location that was being considered. So I really do think that in today's modern age, we should really improve our communication about what's happening in and around our community. I get a letter slipped under my door every time a neighbor wants to play music past 11 o'clock because they've applied for a permit, but I don't get a letter through my door when someone wants to build a massive Moloch garbage site right behind my building, which I think is really, really important for us. So if we do talk about things like this, there are more modern ways for us to be able to communicate, maybe newsletters, subscriptions, stuff like that. I have subscriptions, I have newsletters, subscriptions and things like that in the township, but there's not necessarily always relating issues where I can say, this is the area I want to know about. Anything happens with this within this area, please just ping me a note. Council's going to talk, people are going to say something about it, so that we can kind of improve there. Historically, we've just thrown a little article in the newspaper and gone, okay, well, the next meeting's on that day, so, it's your responsibility to go and check or not check. We don't always have the time to do that, so sometimes these things slip us by a little bit. I'm not here to sit and cry about, it's going to stink and all these problems and things like that, because in the end of the day, we don't really care about the feelings of things, but I think we need to address a few things that we talked about over here. Firstly, MacLean stood up here and spoke about the BIA, talking about this as a solution. Perhaps the Garbage Council on the BIA are talking as Moloch as a solution, but the BIA itself does not represent all the businesses in town in terms of the location of this project, which I think is very, very important for us to understand. We stood here about 3 years ago, I think, talking about the extension of the road closures when I was still on the BIA myself as well. And as a BIA, we made the big mistake by saying, yes, the BIA wants to support road closures. We didn't consult with everybody, and there was about 4 of our businesses, including my neighbor who I'm standing right next to here today, who did not support that project. So we cannot talk as a BIA as a whole for a particular issue if we don't all agree on it. And that project was scrapped because 4 businesses in town did not want to have it. So let's just let that sink in for a minute as well. MacLean spoke about a couple of points over there. I think he spoke in total 9 minutes or 8 minutes or something like that, but I was counting at the side over there, about 2.5 minutes of his time was taken up by problems with a contractor not doing their job, which is part of the problem we have now. So if the contractor isn't doing their job now, how do we know the contractor is going to be doing their job when they slap a huge facility right next to our businesses and our buildings? If they're not picking garbage up now, and it's all spread all over town, and they're not picking up garbage when it's all in one particular part of town, what the hell is that going to smell like after 2 hours? Not 2 days, 1 week, 4 days, an hour. 2 hours. Now, you asked earlier before how much garbage MacLean actually produces. And you were spitballing a little bit there. There's also a few solutions that the BIA aren't considering. You also asked them about that specifically. So we as an independent business have actually tried to find solutions for that. We opened our oil recycling bin in the back of the Badley to the former La Fontana, the Cellar, the Shepherd's Pub, Friendly Society, ourselves, both of our restaurants. Anybody that's around our vicinity can come and dump their oil for free in our facility, which is then taken away and then recycled and turned into biofuels. So there are different solutions we can work on. There is land available. There are different things. If we work together as a community, maybe the BIA should look at that as a solution first before we kind of like just support the project where, you know, it's not in my backyard. The second party project he spoke about was the garbage mountain. So the only mountain I saw were the pictures that were on this little article. And again, I apologize. I've only had like a day to prepare for this. So we found out about this last night, sent it to our neighbors. So we're going to try and stick to as few facts as we can. The garbage mountain that he represents or talks about in here, specifically in the article, again, which I go back to, I didn't see too many other conversations. It relates to the fact that businesses are dumping their garbage there on Sundays because they're not open on Monday. So we have a bylaw that kind of says we have to have our stuff out there on Monday after 5 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Or there is some sort of a thing that says we have to do that. I play my music at night. You guys will probably have a few phone calls about that on a Friday or a Saturday night until 10:59 at night because the bylaw says I have to stop at 11 o'clock. So I stop before 11 o'clock at night. My music is quiet down. The police arrive. They feel it's too loud. We turn it down. The police arrive. They feel it's not too loud. We don't turn it down. It's as simple as that. Why are these businesses allowed to dump their garbage and create mountains of garbage all over town without anybody addressing it to them specifically? You're not open on Monday? Not my problem. Can't throw it there on Sunday. We'll find a solution. At some point, all of these rents in our town, because we know buildings are being exchanged, prices are going up for landlords. Businesses won't be able to afford to be open only 4 or 5 days a week anymore. That's all going to be changing in the future. So we're trying to find a short-term solution or long-term solution for a very short-term problem in that respect. We spoke really about the circular economy as well. Who was that mentioned about the circular food economy? So in 2018, when that was first proposed here in town, excuse me, I was at the mill at the time and part of the group that actually helped them to win that $10 million grant that they won. Unfortunately, nothing has materialized in terms of businesses in that respect. I've tried to be involved with it as much as possible. But again, as MacLean mentioned, space is always a problem. Food waste is a big issue because I can't hold food waste anywhere. So it's ultimately the best solution we can come up with this. There's a very small point that we mentioned in here as well, and that is MacLean talked about, you know, garbage in the basements and things like that. And I just want to kind of point out here that one of the issues that we have is that during the COVID lockdown, we actually went from garbage collection for businesses in terms of the yellow bags every week to bi-weekly. And that's kind of where this problem started to materialize and get into people's heads as well. So it's become more and more of an issue for businesses because the facility used to be there to take it away weekly. Now it's bi-weekly. So that's only in recent times that that's actually happened. So that's another consideration for us to take as well. I think that pretty much covers everything I have there. The other thing I wanted to mention as well, John touched briefly on this as well, which is public consultation. So I don't know if anybody know what the MOLOC system does or how it works. I actually really, really like the system. I think it's incredible. It works phenomenally well in places that it has been adapted where it needs to be adapted. I worked with it in England, I worked with the Coltswoods, all over Oxford. So it's a great system. It works really, really well where it is implemented in the place that it needs to be implemented in. The only example I could find with my quick research was the county of Peterborough. So the county of Peterborough did a big environmental study and a big garbage survey, the same way what we did with the transportation master plan. They did a garbage master plan. Quite a good read. Go and have a look at that if you have the time for it. But they mentioned specifically about the MOLOC system, and the biggest concern that they had was the strategic location of these things, because they are so big, they are so deep, the amount of things that they can collect there. If anything goes wrong with them, the impact is enormous. And we see that in Waterloo. There's a Waterloo Chronicle article from a couple of years ago at a university building. Garbage got overflown, and the whole place got overrun by rats. It got overrun by vermin. It got overrun by skunks, all sorts of things like this, terrorizing the poor students living in the accommodation there, all because the contractor failed to do what they're supposed to. So we're going to have the same problem again if we have the problem now with the contractor not doing their job as well. The last thing is just talking about the transfer stations. So that was what the county of Peterborough decided as well, one per township. So the entire county of Peterborough decided one transfer station one was enough at the transfer station per township. So if there is a proposal for what I see on the picture with 5 or 6 behind us, I mean, what are we talking about here? One of those things can take up to 40 big industrial garbage bins worth of garbage. So you're talking about 6 there. I mean, that's about the facility's capacity over at the transfer station. So we need to be really careful about how we look at this, how big this thing is, what does it do, and where exactly it goes. And then the other thing is who does it work for? So we talked about MacLean specifically talked about garbage in the beginning of the BIA discussion, but then it very quickly switched over to specifically food waste. So we're talking about restaurants we're trying to solve a problem for. We're talking about all businesses, who's struggling, who's really having an issue with all of these things. And those businesses that are struggling, who have they approached? Who have they spoken to? Friendly Society and us have a deal where we use the same bin, we use the same facility. And between the 3 restaurants that we operate, Friendly is probably the busiest restaurant in town. Badly is fairly busy, Wildcart's quite a busy place as well. Between the 3 locations, we have 2 pickups a week, and we filled an 8-yard bin twice a week between 3 restaurants. So it's an enormous amount of garbage that actually goes into something like that. There is a possibility to increase the frequency of those pickups. So maybe we can look at everybody that has a location. We can combine the resources there, and maybe work with the businesses that actually have a spot already at the moment, and say, hey, do you know what? Maybe you take on 3 or 4 other people. We implement one of these smaller systems in all these places where we already have garbage located, rather than dump 5 of them right next to our neighbor's backyard and right next to 2 of our patios and our restaurants as well. So yeah, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And any questions?
No. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think let's take 5 minutes, and we'll. It was a pretty heavy session there, and thank you for all your inputs. And we're going to take 7 minutes, and we'll be back, and we'll deal with consent items when we come back. Thank you. Welcome back, folks. We're going to now move to item 10, consent items. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and are voted on collectively. Any member of council may request one or more items to be removed from council agenda for separate action. So anything to speak or anybody want to speak to any of the consent items? Yes, Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. The May 27th council meeting, I'd like to put an addition in there. Do you want to know what it is now? At that meeting, I believe the manager of economic development reached out to the original delegation that was discussed on cannabis. At that meeting, I'd like that put in the minutes that staff did that outreach.
Resolution to that effect.
Okay. Can we have a resolution to that effect? Can we have sorry?
Did Councillor MacDonald just repeat that? Because I don't remember that happening at a council meeting.
Yes, I was informed that the manager of economic development sent an invitation to the original delegation on cannabis, that we would be discussing it at that meeting. So I'm just asking for the invitation to be put in the record. Yeah. Do I have to repeat that, or do you need that?
Through you, I have the gist of the request. I just need a motion to amend the minutes to include that information.
I'll make the motion.
Do we have a seconder on that motion? Councillor Adams? Any further comments or questions? All in favor of that? So moved. Anything else from, yes, Councillor Adams?
I'm hoping this is just a clarification. So when we go in, we approved the advisory committee minutes. So for example, there's one where they're at the DEI committee, the recommendation was that we support the program. I know that that actual policy isn't coming to us until I think it's an upcoming agenda. So when we're doing that, we're just approving like the minutes. We're not approving the policy as it is in there. Like, are we approving the policy before the policy comes to us?
No, you're actually just receiving the minutes for information purposes.
That's what I wanted. That's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, there's not anything else. I have a recommendation that the Council, Township of Centre Wellington approve consent agenda items 10.1 through to 10.5. Do I have a mover for that, Councillor Wilton? Seconder, Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? As amended, sorry. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. We're going to move down to item 10.2, application to operate toll booth, Bellwood Lions Club, Canadian Diabetes Association.
That's
sorry, 11.1. Consideration of reports. Move down to item 11.1, the Liquor License and Control Act, request for exemption, report from Harry O'Kane.
I don't have very much to add. I think the report is self-explanatory. I'd be happy to answer any questions. It's a matter of the County of Wellington wishing to, rather than after each occasion apply for a special occasion permit, they're asking us to support their initiative to receive a permanent liquor license. And given the Liquor Act is a little ancient, they require our support in order to apply for that, given the former township is dry.
Councillor MacDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. What is the purpose of the license? So is it like events at the museum, those types of things, and they subcontract it out?
No, it's simply so that they can have a permanent liquor license for those events that wish to serve alcohol. They apply individually for a special occasion permit for the ones that wish to serve alcohol. This would allow them not to go through that individual process each time. They would have the ability to do it permanently.
And so this is like a blank license for them.
A blanket. They still have to
coming back.
comply with the rules and regulations, but they don't have to apply prior to each occasion.
That's fair enough. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize staff to facilitate a letter to the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario requesting a property exemption regulation for the Wellington County Museum and Archives and other civic spaces, 0536 Wellington Road 18, Fergus, Ontario. The subject lands owned by the Corporation of the County of Wellington pursuant to the Liquor License and Control Act 2019, SO 2019 C15, Schedule 22. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock. A seconder on that, Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? So moved. Let's move down to item 11.2, Elora BIA request for interest-free loan, a report from Adam McNabb. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Waters and members of council. The report before you aims to formalize an agreement for an interest-free loan in favor of the Elora BIA as discussed and endorsed in principle through the 2024 budget deliberation process. Township staff have been working with the Elora BIA and legal counsel to formalize an agreement to extend the $50,000 interest-free loan suitable to all parties in support of their budget item to acquire new Christmas lights for the Elora downtown. This report represents the culmination of these efforts and formalizes the amendment to the bylaw to enable borrowing, an agreement wherein after executed, the township will disperse the funds to the recipient. The loan terms are defined in the attached agreement and are in alignment with township policies. Also worth noting is that there is no current outstanding debt between the township and the BIA or the Elora BIA, and all outstanding debt detailed in the report are held with other arm's length stakeholders. And with that, I'm happy to field any questions.
Questions from Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Adam, for the report. I think in conversation with CAO Wilson, I understand that the other interest-free loan holders are the Elora Rocks and Elora Centre for the Arts, I believe. So if we have 142,000 of a total 200,000 tied up, it would all be with Elora organizations. Is that correct? Would that be correct if we approve this 50,000?
I'd have to go back and look at the list, which comes before council as an information item in terms of the outstanding debt capacity from an interest-free loan perspective. But that sounds accurate to my mind. I can follow up and give you a definitive after the fact.
So my thinking with that and where I'm going with that is just whether we're using up quite a bit of the significant portion of the interest-free loan maximum, which is 200,000 for organizations based in Elora, if we wanted to just be a little more cautious about maintaining an open balance that would allow it to at least be closer to 50-50 if Fergus organizations were to come forward and request interest-free loans. So I'm just curious if I have the numbers correct and if that's something maybe council wants to consider.
Certainly at the will of council. I mean, the $200,000 kind of limit on the interest-free loans is available to anyone. We don't take any specialized treatment and we just react based on the requests as they come forward from the general public.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Adam, thanks for the report. Kind of along the same lines, my question was, and I had asked about like the previous bylaws because it looked like an old pre-amalgamation bylaw of Elora was stating that they were not able to borrow money. So we have to change that, give an updated bylaw. My understanding is that the Fergus BIA bylaw is also likely still pre-amalgamation. So what is the status? Would the Fergus BIA be able to access through our interest-free policy as well? Or is there still that
again, there'd be nothing precluding them from submitting a request for an interest-free loan. However, to this point, we haven't had any meaningful conversation to that end. So if it were come to pass, we would have to open up kind of the history of the bylaw to determine whether or not there was a prohibition on lending, and we could action that at that point, similar to what we're doing here today.
So just to follow up with that, I would be interested in ensuring that if we're changing the status of borrowing rights for one BIA, that we make sure that it's available to both.
Councillor Walton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. My other question is a little more general, I guess, but just curious if we have any type of policy around lighting. We're seeing a lot of Christmas light projects in Elora lately. I believe Elora BIA themselves committed quite a bit of finance last year to their own lighting project, not through their own money. And then we have Cat Florence and Pearl Hospitality have done quite a bit of lighting in Elora. So I'm just getting a little concerned of how much is too much in terms of lighting it from a night light pollution perspective. And if the township needs to start thinking about how we kind of have that conversation with, I understand Cat Florence and Pearl is private property. It might be more difficult, but I have seen other townships where they do have some lighting policies and that. So I'm just curious if that's come up in discussion around this at all.
I'm going to have to defer to some of my colleagues in the room to determine whether or not that is in fact something we have in place.
Councillor Webb, you might as well be a councillor. CEO Wilson.
Thank you, and through Mayor Waters. We currently do not have policies on the use of lighting. We would need council direction to investigate or look into that.
Councillor McDonald.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Waters. It says replacement downtown lighting features. Is that the wreaths? Because I thought we already did the wreaths. This is the wreaths, the existing wreaths.
I can't comment in terms of what particular features they're looking to replace, perhaps, or my colleague again.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor McDonald, through Mayor Waters. So yeah, it's actually replacing the wreaths altogether, and doing like a post mounted, like on the side of the pole, essentially doing some sort of LED decorative light along the side. So yeah, those wreaths are getting. We did the bulbs, replaced the light bulbs a few years back, but the wreaths themselves are kind of getting old and brittle.
Just as a follow-up, I believe we knew about this last year, that this would be proposed this year anyway. I think.
Yeah, through Mayor Waters. So yeah, it was suggested that I think a few years back that the BA start considering alternatives.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Any other, Councillor Craddock?
Thank you, and through you. I don't know if you know, but do you know if they've explored other funding options like the Trillium Grant, or I know there's a lot of beautification funds available, but maybe we don't have to deplete our loan account?
No, I haven't had those conversations. This was just something that the BIA had brought forward to us and had met the criteria for the interest-free loan, so we engaged in conversation.
Fair enough.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'm just curious if other organizations have come forward, and I know you'll report on this annually, like for those that do carry interest-free loans, but if other organizations come forward and have been denied, I know a part of the criteria says that the organization's programs and services must serve clearly identified community needs, not already adequately addressed by another organization. So again, kind of going, we've had a lot of conversations about Christmas lights so far, it seems. So again, just I just am curious if we've had other requests so that there's still room available within this policy and program should other organizations come forward.
Sure. Yeah, certainly within my tenure, we've entertained everything that has been brought forward by way of request, and we haven't turned anyone away provided they meet the criteria as outlined in our policy from an interest-free loan perspective.
Councillor McDonald.
Might be irrelevant, but do we know the history of the Fergus BIA and whether they've received loans in the past?
I don't believe the Fergus BIA has received loans from an interest-free loan perspective historically or leveraged this particular opportunity.
Okay. Oh, apparently they have.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I stand corrected. Apologies.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Yeah, part of the, would you go ahead there, Councillor Wilton?
Just as a follow-up, do we know for sure they need the $50,000, or could they accomplish something this year for say a $25,000 loan or something if we wanted to keep it closer to that leaving more room for other organizations.
Yeah, no, within the confines of the budget that was presented to council through the 2024 deliberation process, the $50,000 loan advancement was offsetting the cost of the replacement. So I think within the confines of the budget in terms of what they're anticipating, it's a requirement.
Any other comments, questions? Yes, Pat.
Yeah, I think I want to add, and I'll defer to Councillor Jefferson if she wants to add from the Elora BIA perspective. But my understanding is that they're replacing what they already have. It's not a bunch of new lights, except on some poles where they didn't have the infrastructure to have lights, and that's what they're adding now. And buying it all at once, budgeting each year to pay it back. So that is the intent of the project. So they're not buying lights each year and adding them, because you cannot be guaranteed those lights will be available each year. So that's basically, I don't know if you have anything else to
add. Anything other? Yeah, and just further to that, part of the mandate, so both the Fergus BIA and the Elora BIA is beautification, and this is right up basically their mandates, and this is part of the program that they move forward on enhancing the downtown, and they've done it, you know, obviously with green space and benches, all that type of thing, and this is ongoing, and this is an ongoing relationship we have both with Fergus as well as the Elora BIA, and try to encourage those groups. And I see it as we're working in a partnership role with both those groups. So anyways, any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll read the recommendation. Recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington pass a bylaw to amend the BIA borrowing rights, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington pass a bylaw authorizing the mayor and clerk to sign an agreement to provide an interest-free loan of $50,000 to the Elora BIA for the purpose of financing the acquisition of replacement of downtown Christmas lights features. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Jefferson, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. Against? Okay, that's noted. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So we'll move down to item 11.3, limiting distance agreement, delegation of authority. And we have a report from Brett Salmon.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'm here today with this report to ask that the council amend Schedule A to the delegation of authority bylaw to delegate the authority to the chief building official to be able to execute limiting distance agreements under the Ontario Building Code Act. So it's a bit of a technical exercise. I'm going to do my best to explain it as someone who's not a building official or an architect. But I do have Brent Green, who's the deputy chief building official, here to assist me if there's anything that I can't answer technically. But just to explain quickly, in the Ontario Building Code, as two buildings on opposite properties or adjacent properties, as they get closer together, the building code limits the amount of openings that that building is allowed to have, like a window or a door, in order to prevent damage to property from fire going from one building to the other. So if you imagine, when you look at some of our new neighborhoods, for example, today, where the houses are quite close together, you see that there's very little windows or no windows when, sometimes they're as close as 6 feet. We do have a situation where in the commercial zone, where our zoning bylaw typically allows a quite small, if not a 0-yard setback. And we see situations where buildings are not allowed to have any windows at all. If you think about the building that's at the corner of Victoria and Carlton in Elora, that you can see there's an adjacent property with no building. And when that building came forward, because of this concept called the spatial separation, that building sitting on the property line, it assumes that when the property next door goes to build, it will also be within the proximity that the new building could not have any windows on that side. So you see that impact of the spatial separation is that building that was built has no windows. So what the building code, though, provides for what's called a limiting distance agreement, where those two abutting property owners and the township can agree to maintain that required distance, but by property owner A might say, I am in agreement not to build a building that close to the property line so that the same distance is measured and your neighbor's building can continue to have more window openings than the building code would otherwise allow with respect to the property line, because the two owners have agreed to move that line. So as we continue to receive more redevelopments downtown where there may be multi-res buildings where there's typically more than one building on a lot, or where land is assembled and you may have an owner that owns more than one assembles land that is in separate ownership that will have multiple buildings on it. We think that it's likely that going forward, the idea of a limiting distance agreement in order to be able to mitigate that spatial separation, and where it's more desirable to have windows openings on the side of a building, can be accomplished through the use of limiting distance agreements. So we're asking council to delegate the authority to do that to the chief building official, and we propose an amendment to the delegation of authority to bylaw to do that. We've also attached an example of one that is sort of before us today, which is with respect to the Elora Mill condos, where because when they go to register the condo, it in effect creates a new property line. And that is the boundary of the condominium. So where we had a building permit issued to build the building, there was no property line there. The registration of the condo itself will create a new property line. So in order to maintain the current construction of that building that complied with the code at the time, we need a limiting distance agreement that, in the case of the condominium, and Elora South is the corporation that is responsible for the development of the Elora Mill condos, they're the owner of the property on the other side of the line, property line of the condominium. And so they're essentially agreeing that they will not build any buildings in that space. It's a public walkway. And so it's critical for the Elora Mill condos to be able to be registered for a limiting distance agreement to be implemented, executed. You can see from the example bylaw that it's quite complicated in terms of the scope of the bylaw. There's typically a map associated where the line that you're talking about is defined, and spatial separation calculations that have to be prepared by a qualified architect, and then they're reviewed by the township. So it's quite a technical exercise, and we think it's something that lends itself to being delegated to the chief building official to be able to execute those agreements. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Comments, questions? Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I understand the specifications are set out by the Ontario Building Code, looking at the probability of fire being able to spread. I'm just curious, sometimes the building code is like minimum standards, right? So I'm just wondering if our fire chief has also aware or seen this report, and if there was any concerns in terms of our trucks being able to kind of get in and to the site.
Part of the building code is something that's complete, or what we're asking to do in terms of a limiting distance agreement is completely regulated by the Ontario Building Code, and the fire chief doesn't have jurisdiction. things like fire routes and those proportion of windows, they're all contained within the building code, and the chief building official is the only one that has the authority to enforce.
Okay.
In this case, we're not talking about like the build with, say, for example, the Elora Mill condo, the building exists. What would happen if that property line was already in existence at the time of issuance of the building permit, then the face of that building that faces the river and faces the rest of downtown would have hardly any windows on it, which certainly is not desirable from like an architectural point of view to have that building. So what's happened now is the creation of the condominium puts a new property line right behind the building. Like it's literally the face of the balconies. So, which is why we need an agreement that, hey, Elora South, you can't build anything on the other side of that line because we need to maintain that spatial separation of the building the way it was originally intended.
Councillor McDonald.
Through your Mayor Waters, I know a lot of people that live in these condos are waiting for this. Does Wellington County have to sign off after we sign off, or have they already done that part, or they're waiting for us?
That's not related to this specific issue, but the condominium plan has a number of conditions that have to be met, and then the County of Wellington approves it. This is purely a local building code matter with the limiting distance agreement, but this is sort of the last agreement that hasn't been, I guess, hashed out. There are signatures required on some of the other agreements that we have pending that staff, those are kind of agreements that staff are already delegated authority for, but this is kind of a new one that came up relatively late in the game to realize, oh, the chief building official doesn't have the power to execute these unless it's delegated by council. So we think, this is the first one that we've ever done, but we think it won't be the last, because we'll see it with, again, as I mentioned, other multi-res buildings in the downtown core where land is assembled. The city of Toronto, I think I included the example in my report, they use it for the rear lane houses, where in order to get that fire access and maintain the separation, two property owners are allowed to agree together to move that in a limiting distance agreement. And staff at the City of Toronto are delegated the authority to execute. And in Toronto, because they have this laneway housing program, it's basically each resident fills in a form and it spits out the limiting distance agreement. So we do think it's something that forward thinking, we will need this authority going forward. But for certain, it is quite critical for the Elora Mill condo registration for either this delegation to be passed, or if council's not prepared to delegate to staff, for the mayor and clerk to be authorized to execute the agreement.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Craddock.
Just forward thinking, curious about a scenario where you have two lots, then they come to an agreement. Lot A builds, lot B doesn't, but then sells afterwards. Does that become a condition of sale that they have to stay within that agreement?
It will. The agreements are registered on title, and it's a three-way agreement between the township and the two affected property owners.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Brett. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington give 3 readings to a bylaw to amend Schedule A to the Delegation of Authority Bylaw 2023-78 to add the authority of the Chief Building Official to execute limiting distance agreements pursuant to the Ontario Building Code Act 1992. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton. Do I have a seconder to that? Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. We'll move down to 11.4, Centre Wellington Hydro subordination agreement. And we have Adam back to speak to this. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you. This report is being brought forward with a recommendation aimed at having the mayor and clerk execute a subordination agreement with Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation to enable a debt issue to support capital initiatives for Centre Wellington Hydro. The capital initiatives and requirements to take on debt were presented at Council of June of this year. And through an investigation, Infrastructure Ontario was determined to have the most favorable lending terms and is familiar lender to both Centre Wellington Hydro and the township. As such, IO was chosen as the preferred lender and was engaged with this debt issue. A new requirement of any Infrastructure Ontario lending is the execution of a subordination, postponement, and assignment agreement between Infrastructure Ontario, the borrower, and any related parties. This effectively prioritizes Infrastructure Ontario's indebtedness over the townships. However, under the proposed subordination and postponement agreement, interest payments are permitted as long as the financial covenants are met and no default would occur. Staff have reviewed in consultation with legal counsel and have no immediate concerns with entering the agreement as presented. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Adam. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Just confirming, with approval of this today, we still expect these projects to begin in 2024?
I would have to defer to Wayne, who fortunately is in the audience in terms of the timing of those, but
that's fine. It could be a later update. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, I'll thank you, Adam. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the mayor and clerk to execute subordination agreement with the Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation to secure a new debt issue to support the replacement of the distribution station transformer at EMS 2 Elora in 2024 and a new distribution station built for FMS 5 in Fergus as presented on June 10th, 2024. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. We'll move down to item 11.5, 2024 Corporate Business Plan Progress Report. Welcome, CAO Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. This is a progress report to the 2024 business plan that was put in place by Council in conjunction with the 2024 budget. We are now a number of months into this business plan, and I think we're seeing a lot of benefit from this overall process. This business plan gives staff a very clear outline of the portions of Council's strategic plan that we're implementing in any given year. And it gives us a way to track progress both departmentally and corporate-wide. We have made a significant number of progressions on the business plan so far for 2024. Just to give some of the very high level, I'll just go through a couple of items here. We have a service business park in North Fergus, and we've made a first significant sale in that business park and a number of other leads ongoing. We're working on short-term rental controls to present to Council in the very near future, and that's been a significant number of meetings and consultation with a consultant. We have a finalized community improvement plan that is in place and recommended implementation plan going forward. We have a number of plans and studies underway, Parks and Recreation Plan, Active Transportation and Mobility Plan, Economic Development Tourism Strategy that are not only underway, but will set the foundation for the township for a number of years. We've purchased a significant parcel of land next to the Sportsplex that provides a lot of opportunities from a Parks and Recreation perspective. We've completed a lot of growth planning. We now have a forecast to 2051 approved by the county and now approved by the province, which is great news. So we can move forward with future discussions with Council on density intensification and other growth planning. We have a downtown parking strategy that is being implemented annually, and we're going to have further conversations on that later this week. We have an approved South Fergus secondary plan, along with the servicing associated with that. We've at a staff level, put a significant amount of time and effort into the termite management program that'll be discussed later today. Lots of construction, St. David Street North in Fergus, McNabb Street in Elora, Geary Road, East Mill Street, 8th Line West, and significant progression on our water supply exploration. So those are just a few pieces of the progression that we've made on the business plan. And to say it, like staff have put a significant amount of effort into the progression to date, and feel that the business plan is a great way to monitor that and report back to council. So with that, we're providing this for council's information and seeking guidance to follow this process again for 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you for the report. I do think it's a great tool, so thank you for using it and implementing it, and I would like to see it continue in 2025. I had a comment that I noticed that the Community Connect initiatives was kind of an extra thing, that additional thing, but I think it aligns extremely well with our strategic plan. So I'm happy to see those initiatives moving forward. So thank you for including that, but I almost wouldn't consider them additional. They maybe could be worked into the strategic plan, but probably next year they would be. So that'd be good. My only, well, I had a few little concerns, but they can be dealt with later, but I'm just a little concerned that things keep coming up in Elora due to the opportunity of donations that maybe are not distracting, but maybe taking time away from staff to do things that were originally in the business plan. So I think a few projects in Fergus got bumped to 2025. So I'm just cautious about how that's handled on a go forward basis, of how we kind of prioritize maintaining the projects that have been on the books for a number of years and telling people they have to get in line maybe and wait their turn. So I know it's difficult when an opportunity comes forward like that, but I am just concerned that some things just keep getting, I wouldn't want to see things continue to get bumped down the road if more opportunities happen in Elora. So I just want to express that concern, and you and I have discussed that before too. So thank you.
If I could provide a quick response through Mayor Waters. Yeah, there have been things that come up throughout the year that defer us from certain projects, and funding agreements can be one of those. I can't provide too much information now, but there will be a funding announcement for Fergus coming soon. That's all I can say at this point. There are a bunch of other things. If you look at the last 2 pages of the report, page 34 and 35 of the business plan progress report, that are shown where staff have implemented things or followed through with things that were above and beyond what was outlined in the business plan. And I would say each one of those contributed to some of the delays in some areas. It's not necessarily just funding opportunities in Elora. It's a number of things coming together at once that creates that type of environment. So I know what you're saying. I think there's more to it than just funding opportunities, but thank you.
Any other comments, questions from council? Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Just wondering if you could provide a quick update. I believe there's been a couple of our priorities was getting youth involved, and it was kind of spread throughout some of the initiatives in this business plan. I think I heard that we might have just recently, and it might be coming to council recently, some youth representatives happening on our staff advisory committees. I'm just wondering if you could get a quick update on the engagement that's happening with trying to get our youth involved in some of these decisions that we're making here.
Yes, through you, Mayor Waters, we did put out a call and received an overwhelming response. So I think even those committees that weren't looking for youth, we are going to involve them in some of those communities. I think the selection committee has gone through the process, and they will be coming forward with a recommendation to council very shortly.
That's great news. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, I can just sort of add to that. Maybe that on economic development, we were introduced to 2 new members, I believe, and they will be Zooming in, and I believe they're students of some sort, and excited to have them. So that was great.
Yes, I think in some cases there might be 2 in order to spell off working around exams and workload and that sort of thing, so that there's representation and a sharing of the work.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. And I also just had a question in regards to the community planning permit system. It noted that it would be reports coming up through economic advisory. I do think there was some comments made early in council on that, just more about bringing like awareness and stuff to this current council. So I'm just wondering, with the lack of our, that we've taken away our committee of the whole, I just don't want to be in a position where it goes through our advisory committee and then we come back and we're waiting for like a decision from council on this. I think it is delayed until 2025, but I'm just wondering if you could speak to that project in general.
Yeah, with regards to the community planning permit system, so the plan is to have some conversations at the advisory committee level first, and then quickly after that, escalated to a council session that would be around education and learning on the system itself and getting direction from council on moving forward with the CPPS. So we'll make sure that there's adequate time provided both at advisory committee level and council level to have those discussions before we move forward.
Any further comments, questions? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Through your Mayor Waters, just jumping on comments earlier. So you don't feel that Elora is getting more than Fergus at this time. It's just been the need with extra funding.
Through Mayor Waters, to be honest, when funding opportunities for Centre Wellington present itself, then staff react. It could be a few in Elora, then a few in Fergus. We don't really try to monitor it that way. We're just trying to look for what's best for Centre Wellington as a whole.
Any other comments or questions? And I just wanted to speak I'm on Heritage Committee, and we have a student on that, and I wouldn't have thought that would have been one that could be very excited about, but we're very excited about it. So anyways, just to add to that. Anyways, thank you for that report, C.A. Wilson, and I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive the 2024 Corporate Business Plan Progress Report for information, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington direct staff to prepare a 2025 corporate business plan in conjunction with the 2025 budget. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move down to item 11.6, Tourism Washroom Project Update, and we have Pat will speak to this.
Thank you. I did submit the report, but Casey Behrens, our project manager for Township Buildings and Properties, is going to actually present the report today.
Welcome, Casey.
Hey.
I'm just going to go over a couple highlights of what has been changed from the original drawing in comparison to what you're seeing now. Obviously, the addition of 4 Moloch bins, and you'll also see there. Is there a pointer on this thing too, or no? Doesn't work. There you go. And there's an addition of an organic bin, which is the kind of the short, taller one there. The one you can see in the side image is actually at the very back. We've tucked around the idea of a grease Moloch, so that would be specifically for grease as well. It's kind of considered what we've heard of as the dirty option, so we've kind of tucked it behind, so it's not as visual impact a comparison to the other ones. The building to accommodate this obviously has been moved in towards the building, the current building that's there. We went from a 6-tree option, which we thought probably was tight at the very beginning, down to a 3-tree option in the courtyard of this area of the washroom facility. The public laneway you'll see off to the right of those of the drawing is a 3-meter laneway. We have asked the contractor to ensure that there's a 4-meter gap from the neighboring property. It is a public laneway up through to the adjacent buildings up top and the businesses. That was the main concern was sight lines, obviously getting big trucks up in there to remove garbage. There's current garbage bins up top, which you'll see later, just for the safety of people walking down Mill Street for large vehicles coming in and out. We still do have, you'll see kind of back by the grease Moloch, there is still a staff parking spot, obviously a very busy spot on weekends to get down to clean those facilities and to continue to clean the facility that's currently there. And there's a few minor architectural changes, which we won't get into, some screen difference in comparison to the brick at the top, but pretty minor stuff. Just kind of talking about the Moloch pilot project program goals. The thought is that the flexibility of garbage removal option for downtown businesses, obviously it's been a major concern that has been brought up. With the larger Moloch bins, they will reduce the number of garbage pickups that are needed. There is less spillage on the Moloch removal rather than the big 8-yard bins that kind of go up over a truck, slap down and have juices and everything flying around everywhere. The reduction of the waste bins downtown, I'll show you a few pictures of obviously which everyone's aware of some bins that are located in the downtown core currently. The piles on pickup days are, and I'll show a few images again, just trying to bring a visual highlight to this pilot program. Potential collection of garbage, recyclables, cardboard, organic, and grease waste. So just to speak to that, the larger Moloch bins have the option of recyclable, cardboard, or garbage based on what the preference is and what the need is. The organic and the grease are separate and they're not interchangeable. So the idea is if we put 4 of the larger ones that we have the option to change it around based on needs and what's needed downtown. And then if this was a successful program, we'd look to push this pilot into other areas of the downtown, as well as other in the Fergus downtown as well. Just the benefits of a Moloch, and this is from their website, space saving. You'll see that 60% of the Moloch is actually buried in the ground. That does cool the underground space, which minimizes the odors. It also helps with the gravity compacting, which holds 20% more. So when it is under there, it is known to settle a lot more, which gives you more space and less dumps. They are waterproof with lockable control users. There actually is the ability to fob these bins, that it's specific. You need a fob to use it, and that's how you get in. We also talked about the recycling issue of one large box getting put in, then it's full. How do we control that? And there are slits that would be in there to a certain size to force people to break down cardboard and help hopefully allow more cardboard to get in. They're easily clean. They are customizable. You can put advertisements or whatever you want on them to make them more appealing on how you would like to do. And obviously they hold a lot more, so the fuel consumption of trucks coming in hopefully would be a benefit as well. The research has shown that people are willing to walk 70 meters to a Moloch receptacle. So I just wanted to put a visual kind of where that is downtown and what that radius might look like. Obviously, it's not the entire Elora, but it is a pretty wide radius that would collect a lot of business potential within that area. And with the current issues that are going on, people may be willing to go a little bit further than that potentially. For just kind of an information thing, currently, like it was mentioned earlier, that the county recycling went to bi-weekly, or sorry, the garbage pickup went to bi-weekly. The recycling is currently still weekly, Tuesdays in Elora, Wednesdays in Fergus. Each additional BIA pays a lump sum to have that additional garbage pickup weekly. So eventually they have it every week. They are currently paying for one of those bi-weekly dumps. And it is still on the same day of what their regular routinely scheduled is. So I went out this past week just to get a kind of an understanding myself and to pass along. This was downtown Elora on Tuesday morning this week. Obviously I think that's Garbage Mountain that was referred to earlier, which is right on Mill Street with a pile of cardboard, a pile of garbage, and a pile of recycling. And then right out front of the tourism building also had a large range of recyclables, not a ton of garbage, but it did look like obviously an eyesore driving down. And then I added a few images just of the local in that surrounding radius of a couple bins that were always visual to everyone that's driving down Mill Street as well. You'll see the black one on the bottom right-hand picture. That is a grease one that is supposedly shared by several restaurants. Grease is a little harder to get rid of, and they do join together to get rid of that in one area. So you can see how nice it looks on the outside from the spillage. Just for a visual, and kind of everyone was kind of talking about it, so this actually puts it in perspective of how the Moloch is dumped in comparison to the normal 8-yard bin with waste management. It is basically a truck that has a crane arm on it and that picks it right up directly out of that pod, brings it over, the string is pulled, and it releases the garbage directly into the back of the truck. And then that's tied back up and put back into place. And I know we've all heard the 8-yard bins getting smashed around trying to get all the garbage out of it. I know we hear it at the facilities that we have all the time. So it definitely should be a quieter process, I would suspect. And the sales pitch is that it is cleaner because it is directly dropped into the truck. The project timeline obviously is a little bit delayed at this point. So we were bringing this forward today to potentially approve the Moloch canisters for the project. We're currently working with MSS Architects to finalize construction drawings for the facility, the washroom facility, and then hopefully in early October building permit submission. And then January is the expected construction start time, and spring the public washrooms be ready for opening. And then we've just kind of marked on there that throughout this process, obviously the use of these bins is a lot of collaboration with the BIAs and what the policies are, who's allowed to use it, what are those procedures, and just trying to finalize that if this goes through. And at my leadership training that I was put in, I have been taught that a good quote is always a good thing. So every project has its challenges and every project has its rewards. So that's all my presentation. Yeah, Pat, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Casey. Great information and some visuals to help explain the project. So staff have been working with members of the BIA in Elora on this project to collaborate and try to understand how to solve the garbage problem in downtown Elora. And also there are some issues in downtown Fergus with garbage. So the Molochs are definitely a great option. And the opportunity here with the washrooms being built is that they provided an opportunity for a space that was not going to interfere with any infrastructure underground. So you can put 3 Molochs in a parking spot and great. But what's underneath most of our parking spots is a lot of infrastructure and that you can't move to dig so far down and deep. So this provided that opportunity, which got us thinking about this location. The idea, I've heard some comments already about, if the current provider isn't picking up, what makes this better? And I think what the BIA is trying to do is put the control in themselves of owning the contract and having power and control to make sure the pickups happen and all of those kinds of things as they do with their own personal bins. The other thing that wasn't shared, which is really I found interesting about the Molochs, is that they're smart. And so not only are they fobbed to control access, so not anybody can dump anything in them, they also monitor how full they're getting. And so if your regular pickup isn't for 3 days, but yours is being monitored as it's ready for pickup, then that sends an automatic message to your provider to come and pick it up. So there's some opportunities here to move into the next century with garbage pickup. And by smart monitoring, we think this might also help with frequency and making sure that we don't have a lot of overflow. There was a question about were other locations considered, and at this point, this location is ideal for its location and proximity for pickup. There's a certain distance. We had originally put them further back and away from buildings, but there's a 3-foot arm to pick up that crane, and that limits how far they can be from a laneway or a road for their pickup. The grease one is a long hose and it can go much further, so that's why it's been pushed to the back to be a little bit more discreet from the public. There was a question, why are they out front? They can be seen, and the idea there is then you don't get a lot of what we would call dumping of other garbage items outside of your dumpsters, which happens, mattresses or other people's garbage and all of that. They can be seen, people can be seen doing it, and that prevents them from stopping. If they're in behind people's buildings, then the public at night go in and put all sorts of fun stuff in your dumpsters. This is a pilot. We're not planning to open it up to all users in Elora, as we mentioned. It's a controlled pilot, and the BIAs are partnering with this to really understand how will they be used, who will pay for them, how will they be monitored, and everything like that. Now, given we were under the impression that the group we had been working with, sort of their BIA garbage committee, had been communicating this to the BIA that I don't think has actually been thoroughly done. So I would like to just, I spoke to, if it's okay, Mayor Waters, I just wanted to say that we would like to pause this decision. I'm glad you've got to be able to see the presentation, and we're here to answer your questions because that's what we want to do tonight, take any information back and come back. There's a BIA meeting tomorrow night, which we can try and rally as many people to and help spread the word. Get that information back here for a decision on September 30th, which should not put the project too far behind. I just wanted to also mention the project is not behind because of this Moloch decision. It was just a very aggressive schedule, which for design and getting everything ready. So our architects have asked, and the builders, can we move this forward? And everybody's on board with that. So I just want to make sure that this was not what's holding everything up, but we don't want to hold this up any further for this decision, but we feel we can go to September 30th and fairly have that answered. Information tonight, and happy to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Can you do me a favor and put that one picture of the existing garbage situation we have in Elora there? Patches. Anyways, while they're pulling that up, I'd open it to council for comments, questions. Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So a couple of things, like in the pictures that you have in your presentation and the pictures that was in our package, I'm identifying like kind of two streams of garbage. There was like kind of the municipal street, likely from tourism after the weekends, and then there's the business garbage. And I think there could be, those are looked at differently. I am concerned, and I'm happy to hear that we're looking at a bit of a deferral. I was concerned with coming here today with making this decision when we have no idea of what the operating cost is going to be. We're just entering budget. And at the end of the day, this isn't one of our core services. Residential garbage and recycling is the core service, even as set by the ministry. So there's a lot of municipalities that don't get in the business of dealing with downtown business garbage. I understand it's a solution and we want to be partners in that, but I definitely would feel very uncomfortable without knowing what the full operational impact of this would be. And then the other thing would be, I think it was you, Pat, had mentioned the contract. So the contract with whoever is picking this up is with the BIA. Like we wouldn't, maybe that would impact our operating. We wouldn't be a partner, like that wouldn't come through us. Would be an agreement directly with them. And then I would just be, if this is something we're moving ahead with, I think there was some good points today made on like the changing of behavior and the way we look at garbage and looking to change our behavior and look at ways of reducing. And so I would be curious, in what kind of vendor would be picking this up and where is that going? Is it going to recycling? Is our core board actually going to recycling facilities, or is like a third party private person, sucking this up and taking it and putting it in a landfill somewhere? So I think those are all my concerns. So hopefully staff can touch on those when the report comes back.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Pat, do you have something to speak to that then?
Yeah, so I don't know if on September 30th I'll have all of the answers on how this will operate. From a township's perspective, we are offering an opportunity to put these Molochs on township property, and I think that's a good location for them going forward so that the property's never sold. It's under township control. But the pickups and such and the operating, it really is the users that we anticipate will pay for the pickup, just as they do that dumpster right there. Those businesses that share that dumpster in that picture are paying for that downtown garbage to be picked up. It's our understanding that the county is currently revising their recycling pickup along with their future, which is actually mandated through the province. It's not it's not necessarily their choice. And so we're waiting for more of that information as we roll out how will this all work and how will this collaborate. There are some issues downtown with resident garbage. So that may be where the township has to look at possibly working with the county. If we're going to take that off, then is there an opportunity for those costs to be reduced from those taxpayers or whatever, so we can, or the costs are deferred to the township. So lots to decide. I think the opportunity here was to look at, can we put some now? Have a pilot. If it's working, what is the best way to move forward on all of this? And that was really where we were going. The idea was not to have it add to the township's operating expenses unless it's garbage we are already picking up, like you saw the downtown dumpsters and things like that. If there's a way that we can have that go or be easier or less cost, then that would be our cost, our operating expense. So I haven't answered all your questions, but we'll take some of that back and hopefully bring further back for you. I'm not sure if you have anything else to add.
He is part of the donor expense as well for this project, so that wouldn't be brought to this as well.
Councillor Jefferson and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. So with the donor dollars, and that we originally were looking at washrooms, and now we're looking at garbage at this site, and then considering the comments that were made by the residents today as delegations. Was the dollar amount specified for that location only, or if we come to some public consultation or coming out of the BIA and that the dollars could be used to be placed elsewhere for the Molochs? Is that something that could be discussed, or is the donor dollars specified just for that location? Because there are other township properties that we could perhaps look at to initiate the pilot project.
It's my understanding that the donor is looking to help the township with downtown garbage. And I think they would be open to a conversation, but I can't speak for them about other locations. So I'm not sure if that helps share that. But once the buildings are in and such, it would be almost next to impossible to add these later because you're digging quite far into the rock to install them. But we are looking at potentially other locations, but this one provided an opportunity now to be installed. So I'm not sure if I answered that question well, but you know what? I'll come back on the 30th. Let me try and answer it then.
Any other comments, questions on this? Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of sharing the concerns of the residents who delegated today, that it is quite close to their residents and business. And I'm just curious if maybe you can go back to the drawings and maybe walk us through a little bit about how close that would be. And if I'm kind of getting more concerned now if we're not sure how often it needs to be picked up, if it's going to be like every 3 days versus every 7 days, how often there's going to be this large truck backing up. And
see at the bottom left-hand picture, you can see the cargo gallery in the background. So that is the laneway that goes up between the two. The laneway currently seems really large, but the parking spots that are currently there aren't technically township parking spots. They are obviously utilizes that. So the laneway legally is 3 meters wide. And like I said, we've asked for an extra meter offset onto the property, onto our property, to try to help further that distance, as well as sight lines coming out of there, and to enable trucks to continue to get up and down that laneway safely.
So would trucks be going in that laneway to pick up the Molochs? So they'd
The
be
truck would
only
probably park right to the right of those Molochs. I'm going to say on the bottom right-hand picture, they'd park right to the right, and the arm would come out, lift up, and then back on the street. And
so that'd be right beside the Carter Gallery.
It would be directly beside the Carter
Like
Gallery.
how many feet or meters?
Well, in a 4 meter thing, I think they said the truck alone is probably 2.5 meters wide. So it'd be less than a meter. And that was to their sidewalk, I think, outside of their business.
Right. And then just another thing that concerned me was this hadn't crossed my mind actually, but you're right, Pat, that people do try to leave other garbage beside these types of facilities. You see it all the time with the donation bins around town where people leave other stuff. So that could become quite a problem there, even if you're saying it's going to be lit and more visible along the side. So, and then just the very nature of the pilot program, if we're not sure who's going to use it, how many times it's going to be picked up, it does raise quite a few questions for residents there and the other businesses and neighbors. So I am quite concerned. And if Councillor Jefferson is more aware of other township properties in and around the downtown of Elora where they could potentially be pilots, I hope we could at least do a thorough investigation and look into those properties. And then also concerned with the lack of public engagement, like maybe a letter could have been dropped in the Carter Gallery or something. It seems like finding out in the newspaper, that would be quite a shock. So I'm a little concerned about that process as well.
Okay, Councillor Jefferson and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. To your comments, Councillor Wilton, I know that the BIA is currently working with the township with having dumpsters at the LCBO property in the back, and that they have several businesses that are contributing to the payment of that and the cleaning of it actually. And yeah, it's actually been well received this summer. That's one of the locations that I was thinking of having instead of the dumpster, putting in the Molochs there. And then also the extension in Getty Street. I'm pretty sure the parking that is there is also township property as well. But then I was kind of thinking when you were talking about the dumping of the Molochs and maybe having it too accessible to the public on the outside, if there was a revision of the design so that the washrooms were moved inside the center core and then the park to Carger and then the Molochs against like the hydro build or the old, information building, the old hydro building, so that I didn't know if the arm can reach in and down in like almost like an alley type of area.
Suggesting maybe putting it where the trees are in the middle of the current pocket park, and it would come up, the arm would come up over top of the washrooms and potentially, or
because East Mill there has street access, so if the truck could
you're
come
talking
up,
from the street out,
and then go in, and then the washrooms, and then the park space, so that it's fronting green space towards Carger, and then you could do maybe a fence or something to hide the Molochs, but then the arm can go in to access them. I didn't know if that was a potential use.
We will follow up. We did have them on site, and we didn't have this drawing specifically at that point, but we can definitely have that conversation with Moloch himself to see what is the furthest distant possible. The grease one was the one that we did talk about, which has a hose access that kind of has and gets sucked out. So that was the one that we kind of had focused on at that point, trying to hide the nastiness of that one more so than how far could we go within the space. But obviously, redrawing it will take a lot of change and time and money. So we'll have to see what if it's an option or not.
Sure. To you, Mayor Waters. Thank you so much. I can tell that staff put a lot of work into this, and but after hearing the delegations today, I look at the LCBO and I look at all the space that's there for a truck to get in. But I guess my major concern too is, like, thank you, Pat, for validating that the ground would be East Mill construction, but we just spent a ton of money on that East Mill construction. And to have these big trucks when we've already designed that street for big trucks to unload on the opposite side in that layover piece, and then now to have big trucks come in, I do think is a lot for residents to take. I will not turn down some garbage mechanism when I know it is such an issue in the downtown, but the township owns several other properties. So I appreciate that you will bring that back on September 30th. And I like the idea too of the Getty Street extension. I just don't know where the GRCA is with that, having mullocks near the water. I could see that maybe being a potential issue. So I just want to keep that in mind because we're just doing the final phase of paving on East Mill, and we don't want any trucks coming along and ruining that top coat. And, you know, and the beautification's going to go in, and it's been a long time coming for the businesses there. So I'm a little cautious of all of that, but I know you're taking all the concerns and you'll bring it back. Thank you.
Pat.
Yeah, I want to turn my mic on. I just wanted to share quickly that we did look at the LCBO site. However, the infrastructure that is under there, because that is the water waste treatment area, it's a hard no. There's so many lines and such. So that would have been, and that's the problem every time we look at a site, we see what's underground. And that is why we're struggling with the locations. It's not like every area is available to us. But thanks for all of your comments. We'll take those back. Just confirmed we're on the agenda for the BIA meeting tomorrow if no decision is made here today. And we'll start with that. And big trucks come up that laneway already. So that dumpster photo is the dumpster there. It's in behind the Metcalf, or that is where that Grease and Metcalf bin is. They come and dump there. They're there all the time for food deliveries and all sorts of other things. So trucks do use that lane for deliveries, for pickups. I just know because I used to work there and have to try and back up, and there was always a delivery timed right when I wanted to leave. But it's a busy lane. But I also know that, 2 a.m. garbage drop off is different than a 10 a.m. food drop off. So we'll take a look at all of that and listen to their comments at the BIA meeting. We'll make sure they're invited.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Stepping away from the downtown business garbage and look more so about the our municipal waste garbage containers in the downtown core. When we were at the recent AMO conference, I don't know if anybody else went to that workshop. The town of Innisfil had done a really interesting session where they were using AI. But in this instance, they had sensors on all their garbage bins, all across their municipal garbage bins, all across the organization, all across their community. So instead of having staff go out and check all the bins, the sensors just told them when they were approaching a certain level, and then they could go directly and empty them. And I believe they said, was anybody else in this session? I believe they said that it was actually costing them nothing because it was a pilot with the organization they were working with, and I think they were Digital Trust for Places and Routines. Anyways, I think there's lots of things happening and some modern ways of dealing with our waste issues. So I just thought I would mention that since that's kind of a part of the conversation there.
Any other comments, questions from council? I would just like to make a few comments. Could you go back to that one pitch image of the garbage there? I like that one.
It doesn't like me,
Yeah. Yeah, this is just to confirm a few things and give sort of council contextual, especially if you don't spend a lot of time in Elora. That one, the bottom right image there, that is adjacent, that laneway is adjacent to Carger Gallery. They have that image right now. So that is what's happening right beside their business, and it's within those distances that was talked about. The other one is in New Orleans pizza. That's the image that's been out in front. We've just done the reconstruction of Mill Street, and that's the look we have right now there. So these systems are 1960s. Like it's ridiculous that we even have these systems still in our downtown core. We've modernized everything, but we have these antiquated systems and how we deal with garbage. The Mullock system it's well, in Europe, it's been around a lot longer, but it's been in this part of the world probably for the last 7 years. If you really want to see it in action, you need to go to the McDonald's in Fergus. And there is no issues of spillage or anything around that, but you can see how that is presented into the ground, how that system works. So, and it does not look like this. So I think sort of the idea of sort of modernizing how we do garbage in the downtown. The question was brought up, is this our issue? Is this a county issue? Is it BIA? It's all our issues. This way. We need to work together to find a solution on this. With over 500,000 people coming to our community right now, we need to be able to handle garbage in a lot more professional way that we're doing, because these are the images that we have in our community. And you can see the frustration in the BIA, you can see the frustration in the community and as a whole. But so if there are opportunities to do this in a more modern way, garbage is inevitable, but if we can do it in a more modern way, I think it makes a lot of sense. The other thing too is that there was that delineation of the 70 meters. One system or one location is not going to handle the garbage, whether it be in Fergus or whether it be in Elora. These are going to need multiple locations throughout. So those two images to the right are literally right where the pizza and Carger Gallery. There definitely needs to be something in that area. Just as there needs to be, as you know, the mill has their own, again, they have a garbage bin outside that facility. And even back here, if we wanted to take our head and look out the window right now, there's a garbage facility there. So these are needed throughout the community. It's not a one location is going to resolve this, because people will go to where they feel more comfortable or can do that distance. So we have to look at this as a more modern approach to this. And I agree. I think we need to have a little more time. The idea of bringing it back to council, that's what I would support tonight. And I hope council would do that as well, to answer some of those questions that were brought forward and to provide sort of more additional information for everyone to make a good decision on this. So that's my 2 cents on that. So, so we're looking for if council's cool with this. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, I just want to comment, because it makes it sound like you think we all think Mollocks are a bad idea. I don't. Okay. So I just want to be clear that I agree Mollocks, and they've been around for longer than 7 years. There used to be one at my office I rented in Guelph, but yes, I'm all for Mollocks. Part of the problem, as you've stated, though, is the underground services and trying to retrofit old downtowns where things are squished all together and finding places for them. So I do think we just need to be kind of creative and open-minded with where we're looking for the locations. And as we're doing projects moving forward, it's probably a good idea to keep this in mind. So I just didn't want to think that all of council thinks Mollocks themselves are a bad idea, because I get the technology is great.
No, and I was just more referring to those two images, which happen to be in the site adjacent to one of the presenters today. So there is obviously a need in that location or in that general area, because there are existing systems there. So that's really what I was trying to point out. But I understand your support of these types of systems. Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you for clarifying, Mayor Waters. Just one little question too. If the Mullocks went in, would the other bins be gone? Or those are other businesses' bins? We don't know.
Sure.
Okay.
As you can probably guess, this garbage problem is a multi-pronged approach, and this is our first pilot attempt. But I think if I were to dream into the future, we would have enough capacity of Mullocks for the local businesses and residents to dump their garbage in the downtown, or some sort of pickup, whatever is required. If a business were to then still want their dumpster, then we've supplied an opportunity for an alternative at that point. You could introduce a bylaw where you have to have screening, or they have to be behind your buildings, or they have to be in a location that is not front and center for improved beautification and also smells and other things in the downtown. But we're not there yet. I just want to say that would be the dream to move forward. Right now, it's a first step looking at a pilot to see how we can make this work, a partnership with the BIAs, and look at moving forward. So I'm not sure if that, I don't want anyone to be fearful. We're not introducing that new bylaw tomorrow. We have some steps to get there, but I think that's where we dream to go.
Okay. So I think we've had a good chat about this. So I have a recommendation here that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington defer consideration of a report CS 2024-27 regarding the Tourism Washroom project update to September meeting to provide staff an opportunity to provide additional information in response to questions raised at the September 16th meeting. Okay. Do you have or does that sound, okay, so would I have a mover for that? Councillor Wellington, and seconder on that, Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. Thank you very much for that good conversation. Let's move down to 11.7, Green Space Donation for Improvements Agreement report from Pat Newsom.
Thanks again. I'm going to actually introduce Manager of Parks, Lucas Rogerson, to present this file. Thanks.
Hello, Lucas.
Oh, good afternoon. For you, outline some improvements that we're looking to make at the Elora Green Space, just down the road here. And I'm just going to do a high-level overview of what those are. We've identified some health and safety concerns with the green space, and given the amount some traffic there in general, just needs a little bit of upkeep and housekeeping. Keeping with the theme, I guess, of today, we do have a donor on tap for this as well, and we'll get to that next. So which one do I point at? There we go. Okay. So some of the there's four main areas that were identified that could use some improvements. Number one, we'll start with is you can see where the kind of S of the armor stone steps are through there, and there's some pictures that'll be coming further along. There's some sinking of the turf around there, and there's some trip hazards that have been identified. So that needs to be raised as well to comply with a smooth surface. So that's one project scope. Second project scope is there's a pond identified to the upper right, or would be the upper right, I guess, which has some standing water. I'll have some pictures coming forward here. I'm just giving an overview of the layout. And so there's some standing water there, which creates some hazards with some insects, etc., and some breeding grounds for mosquitoes, etc., as well. It's very unsightly. An opportunity was presented due to the upgrade that's happening at Francis Lane right now to be a cobblestone pathway to create an official entrance to the parkway at would be the north corner, and provide some steps similar to what are already there, the armor stone steps, which are right adjacent to where the carriage house would be. And then additionally, there's another incline that goes towards the cinema, and there'll be an addition of the U hedge. So those are four areas that were identified as safety hazards throughout the park. In addition to that, we did a tree assessment on several of the trees, all 5 of the trees actually, that were facing Mill Street and Metcalf on the corner there, and 2 of severe decay and are in serious decline, and we looked at this as an opportunity as well to potentially improve that space. So that's the draft we have. So the scope involves we'd be installing some stone steps, the arm stone steps, keeping in concert with the stone steps that are already there, right from Francis Lane, as an entrance to the park. We keep the fill that's already, or would be removed from the excavation of those steps. We would fill in the pond, remove that pond, create more of a planting bed then for other plants or green space there, or a potential for another sculpture. There's space there for that. There would be installations of an additional garbage bin at the Francis Lane entrance, and we'd place a flagstone base there, as well at the entrance off Mill Street, where there'd be a solid base for the garbage can to go there. And again, raise the lawn behind the this armor stone wall and tops dress that. That is all the scope to be happening potentially, with your blessing this fall. And then in the winter or early March, late fall, February, we look at removing 2 more Norway maple trees on the bottom section there. And then we would add some Muskoka chairs, potentially add some flagstone for an increased seating area there. So we'll get to the pictures. It'll make some more sense here. So this is the existing laneway coming off Francis Lane right now, heading down towards the armor stone wall. And as you can see, there's a bit of an incline there. People are using it as a pathway. We'd like to formalize that into a proper pathway with proper steps, and it would be similar to the armor stone that are adjacent to the wall right now. And that would go in concert with the work that's being done on Francis Lane right now by Creel. Here's some identified trip hazards, which need to be topped up with some topsoil and reseeded and leveled out. And that happens all along the armstone wall as well on some of the step areas. And this is the pond, looking rather unsightly at the moment, that was placed in there. As you can see, it's standing water, breeding ground for mosquitoes, very unsightly. So this would be, we'd likely keep I can't speak to what we do with the stones, but it would be infilled, and then there would be either plantings go there or another area for a statue or sculpture. So I've addressed the safety issues. Now, these are the 2 Norway maples that are down on Mill Street that have showing decay. So you can see that there's a full arborist report from our urban forestry coordinator provided in the report as well. If you also go on our tree inventory, it's updated there, and it gives you an idea of his report. It's all outlined on there on the dashboard if you're interested. So his report details the reason why they need to be removed. What'll happen when they are removed, they're going to do a couple things. First, they're going to decrease our liability, obviously, of any failure in that area. It's a high sensitivity area with the amount of traffic. It's also going to give an opportunity for the 3 trees then that are existing and remain to flourish, spread out a little bit more, and give more shade in that area. Plus, it gives us opportunity to change how we do some seating down there, provide more seating. So our operating cost to our budget is $3,000, and that's for the removal of the trees. That's going to be our share. Our donor will be funding the balance of that, and the balance of all the other landscaping will be a total of $37,363 exclusive HST. That's the project we have before you here today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Comments, questions from council?
Actually, maybe before I jump this, I did forget one thing. I just would like to mention who was consulted on this as well. And it states that in the report. So we did consult with Suncor. It was mandatory based on our agreement for any work done on the site subgrade that they were notified. They have been notified and are in support of the project, and we have their blessing. As well, we did notify for the trees removal. We reached out to Neighborwoods and Tree Trust just to get their blessing and to let them know about the project, and they were completely supportive of the removal of those trees for the reasons identified. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Okay, yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through Mayor. Thank you, Lucas. Curious if this project falls within our sponsorship and naming policy, or if this is like a donation partnership outside of that policy.
I would call all of them public-private partnerships. It is not, it's part of our, so yes, it's part of our community partnership program, but it's a little bit different in that there's no recognition, there's no sponsorship, there's no logos being added or anything like that. So it's a little bit different in that we're receiving some funding for a project and there's no expectation of recognition for the project. So that's why it's slightly different than the community partnership program, which is usually, the gives and gets of an agreement. That makes sense.
Thank you. Just to follow up to that, I know with the that policy, the sponsorship policy, there's a requirement that, because that's been delegated to staff, but then there's an annual report on on that to council. So when it comes to these other type of donations, this one's before council today, but is there a requirement where like other kind of donation projects that involve these private partner, private public partnerships come back to council and are identified?
I'm sorry, I missed the question. I didn't quite catch the exact question. It looks like Dan has the answer.
Through Mayor Waters, if we're entering into a public partnership or a naming rights agreement on an existing asset as it stands, then staff have delegated authority to sign that agreement and put that in place. But if we're creating a new asset or modifying an asset as part of that, staff feel like we need council's endorsement to move forward. So I think that's the difference here.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Just for clarification, so we're removing the maple trees and then above it says plant U row. That's two separate areas, or?
I apologize. I think I jumped over that slide. Rather, are we able to? Here, I thought it just didn't like Casey, but apparently. So the U hedge, if you can visualize where there's a faux entrance right now to the cinema. There's the main entrance and off the right off the parkway right now. There's some lights there. People have kind of identified it as a bit of an entrance. We're going to detract from that traffic and delineate where the property line is by having a hedge go across, close in that area, so that stops that as an entrance point. It contravenes AODA a little bit there, and just we want to delineate the park a little bit from the hedge. The park from the cinema access point. And so that was what was proposed from the donor and the landscape designer on that, and we're in complete agreement with that, because otherwise we'd have some issues of where we were thinking of placing some more steps there, and then there would be winter control issues with that. It's not identified as an entrance, so the best thought practice was to just close that off as an entrance, so it wouldn't be an option.
Thank you. So then for the removal of the maple trees, we're not replanting any other trees in there?
Through you, Mayor, we do have a tree compensation policy that we need to abide by. So there will be tree plantings, not necessarily in that space. Let me see if we can get back to the design. There are actually additional pictures in the report that outline the space, so I'll do my best to show here. So where we can see in the bottom section where those two trees will be removed, and there's an identification of about 6 chairs and 6 seating areas there. So frankly, yes, they will not be planted back there in that space. It was be designed to make more space for seating and to decrease the density for the trees so that the other maple trees are able to flourish there. And what we would then do is add that to our planting plan for Elora, a nearby space where we're able to, and we'd be compensating at a rate of 2 to 1. So there would be 4 trees planted throughout the township.
Any other comments from council? Okay. Thank you, Lucas. We have a recommendation that the Township of Centre Wellington authorize the mayor and the clerk to execute a green space donation for improvements agreement between the Township of Centre Wellington and Cat Florence Canada Corporation Limited, as described in this report, CS 2024-28, and that the council delegates authority to the managing director of community service to approve any variance, design, work, timing, budget revisions, and authority to enter into contract with Creo Concepts and and other contractors as required to perform the work. Do we have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that? A seconder on that? Oh, Councillor Jefferson. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So that's so moved. Against? That was recorded? Yep. Okay. Thank you for that. Let's move to item 11.8, termite management update. And we have Adam to speak to this. Thank you. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you, this report is being brought forward to seek council direction to 1, develop a subsidy-style program in support of termite management, 2, to delegate authority to the Managing Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer to sign agreements with Aetna Pest Control Limited and Orkin Canada outlining services and preferred pricing, and 3, to bring a formalized program and summary of vendors' communication plans to a future meeting of council. To contextualize this report, staff have been actively engaged in discussions with vendors licensed to use the Centricon product in Canada and have secured confirmation from each of them that they are willing to provide comparable preferred pricing options and work collaboratively in the township. Staff have also documented the vendors' understanding that they will be responsible for engaging residents. They will be entering into contracts with property owners directly. They are not guaranteed a defined number of properties for treatment and that they must complete education and outreach programs independently to obtain sufficient buy-in to generate their own business, and that the township will be acting at arm's length with property owners to provide subsidy only upon verification of treatment and is limited to treatment outside of the home. Through discussion with the vendors, staff have become aware of the treatment requirements, which are detailed in the report, and given the invasive nature of the proposed treatments, the detailed requirements of the installation, and the duration of the proposed treatment program, staff are recommending the development of a subsidy-style program to support property owners with termite mitigation strategies with the aim of significantly reducing the termite population in Centre Wellington. And with that, I'm happy to field any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Adam. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Adam, for the report. So a few questions. I'm trying to decide where to start, but one fairly easy one, just about the education and the community kind of education program. And I know you've stipulated in the report that it's up to the 2 companies to kind of handle that. But I am curious to know what the township could do on our own, like using the Connect CW page and things like that in terms of some best practices, do's and don'ts around termites, some of those things that have been brought up by delegations and through the many letters I'm sure we've all received from residents, just so that there's more of a comprehensive kind of one-stop shop for people could actually get some information, see the maps, see some of this information. So I'm just curious, it doesn't say in the report whether we'd be doing something like that or not. So
I believe it's a very small section of the report, but it does allude to the fact that our communications team can work in concert. However, the onus of the responsibility resides with the vendors providing the services. However, we're happy to satisfy any kind of supporting communication that we can. So setting up something on CW Communications, I don't think is beyond the realm of possible.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'm also curious it's part 2 of your recommendation is to delegate authority to the Managing Director, Corporate Services and Treasurer. And it kind of goes along with later in the report about the detailed financial analysis would come later. So I'm just a little concerned that we're agreeing to do things when we don't know the full cost. And it kind of goes along with that there must be math behind knowing that we can do $2,500 per house and the mapping. So I'm just curious why the math isn't included in the report and why we can't see a little bit more detail on the financial piece today and just kind of how those pieces all come together.
Yeah, and the rationale for that, and through you, Mayor Waters, the rationale for that is largely in part because of the communications we've had through this point with the vendors or through kind of an invitational RFI. And while we do have certain things documented, we'd like to formalize that under agreement to define pricing. That way we are a little bit more certain in terms of what can be done. However, what is predicated in terms of the mathematics in the report is based on those initial conversations and the amounts approved through report COR 2023-91, which defined effectively a termite management program upset limit of the $1.39 million. So we are working within the confines of that to determine what would be feasible in terms of the supporting a program for termite management in Centre Wellington.
When have we, Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Adams, and then we'll come back to you.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you for providing this. I think it's been a long time coming, and clearly residents are anxious to get this started. Did I hear you say so Aetna and Orkin Canada, they're going to do the outreach? Like they're going to go door to door and they're going to educate residents on why the need initially?
That is the intent. Just given the invasive nature of the treatment requirements, we thought it best to remain at arm's length and have the vendors engage the public directly. However, with my comments to Councillor Wilton is that we would certainly support a communication plan to enable residents the opportunity to kind of glean that contact information to initiate first steps or have the conversation so they make a fulsome decision on their own.
Yeah, I agree. I think having some online support where you can go and get information for those that don't know anything about it, I think that's awesome communication. Because I think that is the missing piece, is the outreach to those who have no clue, you know, and have mulch and logs sitting on their lawn and don't really care probably. I just want to add on, I really like the burn permit idea that was presented today by a delegation, and could we look into that? Of course, we need our fire chief to look into that, but just as a consideration.
Well, that's certainly something staff can look at and bring forward as part of the kind of the subsequent report detailing the program. And we can take that into consideration when defining what the financial implications of that would be at that time.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Thanks for the report, Adam. It is good to see on the agenda, and I know it's been lots of work on it. And I think for the most part, the feedback I've been hearing is like there's some really good stuff in here. And obviously, you know, people would be happy to see more as well. I think communication was definitely something that got brought up to me individually, and as well as hearing from our delegations today, and disposition of the materials, whether that's taking it somewhere or burning it or whatever. So I'm hoping that the future report might talk about what we'll be doing, like materials on our municipal property, and different precautionary things that we could be doing on our own property. And my question was, in terms of, and it's probably related to the financing that we're going to be seeing, it was good to hear that, you know, there was going to be a program expansion to property owners with verified active termite activity, but that are falling out of those red and blue zones. So that's really great. My question is, it goes only to a maximum of 50 properties, approximately 10% of the originally surveyed properties. My concern then is, like, we open it up, how is this 50 determined? Because if it is verified termite activity, then you don't want it to cause, any impact to the success of the program overall, with all the effort that we are looking to put into it.
Yeah, and I take your point and your comments, and sorry, through you, Mayor Waters. Certainly something we can look at with a more fulsome financial strategy coming forward. We were just going on the assumption that we would have 100% buy-in of the identified properties in the red and blue zones with the 10% add. I think that's a very optimistic outlook to get that amount of uptake, but we did want to make it available for everyone and also provide us some opportunity to expand the program parameters for the active termite activity.
Through Mayor Waters, we also have to remember that the red zone is where there was documented termite activity, and the blue zone was already a buffer. So this is creating an additional buffer around the blue zone. So I think with that, I think we're being fairly conservative.
Before we go to Councillor Wilton, any other comments, questions? Okay, it's back to you, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Adam. So just curious about the 60% that the vendors recommend that to be effective, that you'd get 60% of the properties identified in the red and blue zones involved in the program. So I'm just curious the risk factor if we only get 40%. Is this the program still going to be effective, or how are we, what we're going to do in those next steps?
A great question, and through you, Mayor Waters. Based on our kind of discussions with the vendors proposing the Centricon product, they feel it is very, very highly effective, and just with the movement of termites in terms of how far away they venture from their colonies, they feel that even if there's a colony in between two houses, if the termites happen upon one, the 60% would do an effective coverage still in terms of a meaningful change in the termite population. That said, I mean, we can't force or press gang people into taking part of this particular program. So we do run the risk in terms of entering into a subsidy style program and not having, a desirous amount of uptake. Will we be able to reduce the termite population based on the uptake? Probably. Is it an eradication platform? Potentially not. Also through conversations with the vendors, termites have probably been here before we will and probably outlast us. So in terms of an outright, eradication program, I think that's a very cheery outlook, but we can do what we can, and we feel this is an initial first step that would be sufficient enough to promote meaningful change.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Just to clarify on timing, if approved today, when would your best estimate of when we would see this item returned to our agendas?
Great question. Largely dependent upon how quickly and effectively we can engage the vendors in terms of designing a program. We would like to look at what some of those program parameters would be in terms of, what do we need to look at for treatment options, not necessarily treatment options, but proof of treatment and things that we can get from the property owners themselves to effectively enact the subsidy. So there's a number of things we still have to put in place in addition to the conversations with the vendors, but staff understand the priority and the will of, of the residents of the township to get something in place soon, and we'll try to prioritize as best we can.
Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Jefferson.
Through you, Mayor Waters. So the 1.4 million that we talked about last year or the year before, I forget, that will be used. Was our goal to start with that.
Those were the parameters on which we've kind of predicated this initial financial analysis. And I know it's extremely high level at this point. But that said, through the 2024 budget process, we have approximately $430,000 in reserve to facilitate this program, with the understanding that we still will require annual contributions from operating to facilitate the program. But over a 5-year time frame, that's kind of the high watermark we looked at from an available funding standpoint.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you. Through you. Councillor Adams' question, I was just needing some clarification. So if we start moving forward and you're going to do talks with the two companies with a price, can residents start booking now at that price and then be able to do the subsidy? Like if we're going to be working through policy and what we need to put into place for the policy, but we have the understanding that we're going to be doing a subsidy program, are they able to do this immediately after today and have the bookings and then do their treatments and then whenever we get our policy in place?
A great question. I'm a little reluctant to comment on that, absent kind of, direction from council to us to go ahead that way with a full-blown approved program in place. So until we know what that looks like, I would be hesitant to say go ahead right now, and we can worry about it after the fact.
Okay, so if we pass this, then we are asking for the residents to wait a little bit longer, for us to get all of our ducks in a row, to do the policy and all of the programming and everything, and have a fulsome program in place, and then go ahead. So this could anticipate being out till October, November before we can encourage them to go ahead and move ahead and actually commit and have their houses treated.
That would be my recommendation. However, it is a program that is at council's discretion. So I'm listening.
Councillor Adams.
Through you, Mayor, I can see where like outside of the red zone could be concerning, right? Because there's like some limits and stuff there, but I'm just trying to think as well, what would be the disadvantage to us by allowing those like within the red zone to go ahead? And you have me thinking.
Councillor McDonald.
So I guess by just saying, go ahead, pay for it, hang on to your receipt, your invoice, everything else that you've proven you've done it. And then once our program really kicks off, they would submit that. So I guess you would need a defined date. Okay.
Any other? Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
My apologies. Follow up. So then if you haven't signed with the companies for their reduced rate yet, if we were to do that or extend at the will of council permission to negotiate with the companies to have those contracts signed and in place, and if a report, say, were to come back on September 30th to say that these contracts have been signed and we're moving forward with our program and following up the other particulars of the program, would it be okay then at that time, if the contracts were in place with the treatment providers, to have the residents go ahead and book? Okay, nah.
Councillor Adams.
Perhaps we could just ask staff to provide an update to the report at September 30th, what information, little or none, you have at the time? I don't know.
Yep.
Through Mayor Waters, just a few points of caution. Number one, we're asking council to agree to a subsidy style program. And from the questions asked today, it sounds like there's some questions about what's going to go into that program. So I'd be cautious to say go before we actually show you what staff are thinking that program looks like. And number two, I would really caution us doing anything until we have something signed by the two organizations. And number three, the deadline for staff to get reports in for September 30th is this Friday. So that does not give staff enough time to do any updates for the September 30th meeting. You'd be getting an update in October.
And just further to your comments, one of the reasons we've even brought this forward, there was a lot of, as you probably received, a lot of emails out there in terms of what's going on. We want to, so this in some ways was just, part of this was to bring forward yes, things are happening. Here's a snapshot of where we're at right now. You can see where the trajectory is on this thing, and just to give that information to the community that, yeah, this thing is still moving forward. Because I know I was receiving a lot of emails, concerns, even the passion that we had in the room today that way was expressed. And I could tell there was also, with that passion, there was some frustration as well. But to me, I had spoken to, after coming back from holidays, I'd spoken to Dan here. I said, we need to have something a little bit come forward to say, hey, this is what's going on right now. So not all the answers have been, we're not at that point where all the answers have been finalized, but you can see from where we're at, well, that definitely is, the trajectory is in that direction for this program to move forward. So I think it was sort of as a result of what was happening out there. We wanted to, we were accused that there was definitely silence, and this was important to bring something forward today. So did I cover that okay? Okay. Any other comments, questions? Sorry, Councillor Wilton.
Now, I'm jumping around in the agenda, but with CAO Wilson's comment that reports for the 30th are due Friday, how are Pat and Casey supposed to get a report on the Molochs by Friday? So I'm just concerned that maybe we put a unrealistic expectation on that topic as well. So sorry, Carrie, for jumping around on the agenda.
I hand my reports in late. No, just kidding. That's a joke. No, well, we're meeting with the BIA tomorrow night. We're pushing out the invite for the businesses and everybody if they want to come and hear that. So we'll have that feedback. I think a lot of the questions, we're not going to have fulsome answers, as I mentioned, on how these are going to work, how they're going to be charged and all of that, but we'll have had at least an initial meeting with the BIA. And then we can also meet with some of the affected residents in that area, which is, I think, what council really wants to hear about. And then we can also map out where we see potential for other spots, but there's not a lot. I think that's what we're going to bring back. I'm not sure if there's anything else that when I'm looking at what we're hoping to bring back for you.
The termite thing. So let's go back to the termite thing. So any other further comments or questions as it relates to termite? Yes.
I would also be cautious before there's signatures and agreements with the company. So I wouldn't want us to see us jumping ahead. I think Adam and Dan have heard that this is a high priority for council and the residents. So I think if we keep things moving forward in a timely way, and for me personally, I think if there could be a page up on the Connect CW sooner than later, like termites and CW, what's happening, and have some like high level information at least, I think that would be helpful.
Councillor Jefferson.
Hey, thank you. Through you. Yes, I understand wanting to have signatures in place and contracts in place, but I also understand the frustration that's coming from the residents. And it's good for transparency then to have disclosure and where we're sitting and everything like that. But I also need to point out that we're coming like middle of September right now. And then if we are taking like a few more months, then the program isn't going to be done or even initiated until next year or started with properties for next year. So people have been sitting on their hands waiting for us to come up with something. And now we're like, ta-da, here's our program and this is what we're working with and what we're doing. But sorry about your luck. Like you have to now wait 6 more months before we can do anything for you. So that's where I'm coming from, is that we need to be cognizant about the timing and the time of the year that this program is going to be put into place then if we wait some more. That's my comment.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Yes. Councillor.
With Councillor Jefferson's comments in mind, then is there, maybe not September 30th, but the next meeting, is that a realistic kind of timeline to put on this, or do we try and get some deadlines in mind?
I think use the vendors in meaningful conversation to kind of determine what the components of those agreements are going to look like. I think we can certainly bring something back in October. I think the reality is I don't think we'll have a full program sussed out by the middle of October. But if we can have agreements in place with the vendors and be in a comfort zone where at least we can enable people to engage the vendors directly, and if council is amenable, a lot of it is coming at you, but if council is amenable to kind of backdating the program start date to get people up and running sooner rather than later within defined zones in a certain timeline, I think we can have some broad strokes parameters for the middle of October.
Councillor McDonald.
I'd be open to a special meeting if that was the case, just to put this at a forefront. I can't speak on behalf of council, but myself, I would, if you came up with it and it was, the middle of October and you knew the following week, I'd be open to a special meeting to come in and make sure this was done. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Thank you, Adam. I'm going to read the recommendation from there to there. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Okay. That the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington direct staff to, Part 1, develop a subsidy-style program based on the details contained in Report Core 2024-49. Part 2, delegate authority to the Managing Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer to sign agreements with Aetna Pest Control Limited and Orkin Canada outlining services and preferred pricing. Part 3, bring forward a formalized program and summary of the vendor's communication plan at the future meeting of council and provide an update to council by October 15th council meeting. Sorry? Yeah, it was just Carrie added the date. Yep. So, okay. So do we have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald. Seconder on that? Councillor Adams. Any further conversations? Councillor Craddock.
Sorry, thank you. And through you, just with subsidy programs, I'm just thinking about and concerned about equitable access for the upfront costs for maybe lower incomes within the zones. Is there a way, without making an amendment, just to explore avenues that the township may be able to help with those startup costs, whether it be an application for support beforehand or afterwards?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Craddock, and through you, Mayor Waters. That would certainly introduce a whole lot of nuance in terms of the program design, in terms of what are the benchmarks in terms of facilitating that. It's certainly something staff can give consideration to and report back.
Please. Yeah, thank you. And maybe further that we're just trying to get something started. So I think, you know, obviously going through this process, getting the program started, we're going to get feedback and maybe this program obviously probably will get massaged as we move forward. But I think really at the end of the day, and we heard it today, we got to get going on this, you know, so there's a frustration out there. So anyways, with that, I had a first and a seconder. Is there any further conversations or comments, questions? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? So moved. Thank you very much. We're going to move down to, thank you, Adam. Now we're going to move down to item 12, bylaws, and I'll start with our lovely list here. So bylaw 2024-47, a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a subordination agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Centre Wellington, Centre Wellington Hydro, and the Ontario Infrastructure Land Corporation. Bylaw 2000-48, a bylaw to authorize a fundraising activity in the form of soliciting a toll booth on the North Bellwood Bridge on Wellington Road 26. Followed by bylaw 2024-49, a bylaw to amend bylaw 3073, a former village of Elora, being a bylaw to designate a business improvement area. Next, 2024-50, a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a loan agreement between the Corporation Township of Centre Wellington and the Elora Business Improvement Area. Next, 2024-51, a bylaw to amend the bylaw 2023-78 relating to the delegation of certain powers and duties pursuant to Municipal Act 2001, the Planning Act, and other acts. Next, 2024-52, a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a donation agreement between the Corporation of Township of Centre Wellington and Cap Florence Canada Company Limited for the Elora Green Space. So there's a recommendation that bylaws 2024-47 through 2024-52 be read a first, second, and third time and pass, signed by the mayor and clerk, and the corporate seal affixed. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock, all those in favor? So moved. Notice of motions. Motions where notice have been given. Confirmatory bylaw a bylaw to confirm the actions of council, recommendation that the bylaw 2024-53 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held September 15th, 2024 be introduced the first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Adams, all those in favor? So moved. Move to have this meeting adjourned. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you again for everyone's participation tonight or today.